Recording and So have you tried going through any YouTube videos how to connect to a Windows instance?
No, actually
Yes.
I didn't. I just tried to do it on my own.
So just try to explore in the internet. So when I just say challenges or a treasure hunt, so make sure that you're checking in internet if you're not able to do it of your own. Even if you are exploring in internet, if you are still not able to do it, you can just check in WhatsApp group. Okay.
Sure.
And there are a lot of participants who have already completed that. So you can just take help from them.
Okay.
If none of you are not able to do it, then yes, I will definitely explain that in the session.
Okay, ma'am. Thank
Even
you.
I have similar question. So when I try to connect using RDP, like taking a remote session using laptop, right? It was not working. But when I downloaded the RDP file from the AWS instance, right? Then only I was able to connect.
So probably Ashish, you can try that. Okay, you guys can discuss in the WhatsApp group. Yeah, so that it can be solved. But anyways, if none of you are able to do it, then you can take the help of me, because this is explicitly for your homework, and only if none of you are not able to do it, then yes. Okay, I mean, none of you are able to do it. Any other questions? Okay. So in the last session, we discussed about the cloud computing, the advantage of cloud computing, what is virtualization, how virtualization is used in cloud computing. And we have also seen the types of cloud computing based on deployment and service models. And we have also seen what exactly is AWS, how it started, what are the basic terminology which you need to understand in order to start with AWS services like regions and availability zones. And we have also seen the AWS certifications which are there. And we started with the first service, which is EC2. Okay. So coming to the EC2, we have seen how to launch an EC2 instance. Guys, please go on mute. Make sure you're on mute, guys, all the time. Okay. See, I can do one thing. I can mute you all and I can block you not to unmute. I can do that. But because I'm not doing, because if you want to ask a question, you should be completely relying on the chat. Okay. So if I'm doing some favor to you, it's your responsibility to be on mute when you don't have any questions. That's minimum thing. Okay. Because last session I have faced a lot. Now this time I'm not gonna tolerate. Simple. Okay. So in the last session, we have also seen how to launch an EC2 instance, how to connect to an instance, and how to install a simple web server called Apache, and we have hosted with the help of public IP address. Today, this weekend agenda is like we will try to create an AMI of this instance. We'll take a backup of that instance. And we'll try to create an EC2 instance out of that AMI. We'll also talk about the EC2 presentation. We'll complete the EC2 slides. We will finish off the EBS, which is a volume for our EC2 instance. We'll also talk about EFS, it's a shared volume. And if time permits, I will also finish off this S3. Okay, so depending upon your questions and all, S3 can be included or not. So, but according to the agenda, we are supposed to complete till S3. Okay. Now, let me share my screen. Okay. So I just repeat whatever we have done in the last session. Okay. Definitely, Rohit, I'll show you how to create an assignment. Definitely, yes. Thanks for reminding. Yes, I'll do that as well. So, in the last session, we have my voice is not clear. Is it for everyone or only to Shravan? Am I audible?
You're audible, but still not clear.
Yes.
How about now?
Better.
Okay, cool. Not clear yet, guys. My voice is lagging. Okay, so okay. So probably this is here. It is raining heavily, so maybe that is the reason we have some delay. But I'm not sure. I'm just guessing because you're saying that it is. Okay. Anyways, it's fine now. Cool. So in the last session, we have launched an EC2 instance, correct? Now we have launched an EC2 instance from an AMI. Like we have chosen Ubuntu, right? So 20.04 LTS of return. Okay. So we have created an EC2 instance from AWS provided AMI and from the snapshot. Okay. So by selecting, of course, there are other parameters, but I just want to highlight this. Okay. So from AWS provided AMI, when you select an AMI, that specific snapshot would be automatically selected. So from these components, we have launched an EC2 instance. We launched an instance, correct? Now, after launching an instance, we connected to this instance and we installed Apache, right? So when I say I launch an EC2 instance, I could see the instance here, and this instance will have a volume, which is a root volume of EBS type. And that volume can be seen in the left navigation under the EBS Elastic Blob Store. I can see that volume of this instance. Okay. Now, after launching, we installed Apache in this instance. Now, just give me a moment. I'll get that folder where I have my pen file. Okay. So, not audible, guys. Is it so?
Okay, yes, Anu, it is breaking.
Yeah, at times it's breaking, madam.
But few people are saying it's clear. Fine for me. Oh, okay. So if it is clear for one person, that means the problem is not with me. Okay. So might be you're also staying in Hyderabad and then you're also like facing that heavy rains. Okay, so you might be having an internet issue. Good. At least the recording will be nice. Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm just connecting to this instance. And I'm just installing a simple web server called Apache. Okay. So I'm just updating to get these packages, which are existing packages, to a latest version. And I'm just installing the Apache. I'm just doing the last class thing again. Okay. Because we terminated that instance, right? So I'm just repeating.
Madam, when did you take the snapshot? I don't remember we took a snapshot last time. We just created and terminated the whole thing.
Correct. I have not taken a snapshot now also.
But you mentioned you are selecting a snapshot from EBS, Elastic Block Storage.
Last time also we selected from the AMI only. See, when we select an AMI here, when we select some AMI,
Okay.
okay, I think I have shown this in the last session also. Let me repeat it. Okay, 1 second.
Madam,
No,
you're
you haven't told us a snapshot.
1 second, guys. I'm showing it now. 1 second.
Sure.
So when you select an AMI, go on mute. Please go on mute. If you go to volumes, a snapshot would be selected automatically according to the AMI. Because I have chosen Ubuntu, it is ending with something like 139. Okay. Now, if I select the other AMI, for example, 20.0 for LTS, or if I choose Amazon Linux, okay, the snapshot would be different. Okay. So because you have chosen an operating system, the backup of that volume which has that operating system will be selected. Simple. The snapshot would be selected according to the AMI you have chosen.
and it will be stored in that /dev/xvda. Yeah?
Correct.
So whatever AMI we chose, it is from Elastic Block Storage only. The data is stored. I thought it was for S3. Confused. Okay.
When you choose an AMI, the snapshot would be selected because internally, when I say an AWS provided AMIs, okay, internally, when there is an AMI, when AWS has few AMIs, it is connected with a snapshot which has those details. AMI is basically, it's like an image, like I want an Windows instance, that's it, selected there. But the potential of having or the data which is related to that operating system will be in the snapshot. So combined together, we will launch an instance. Understood?
Yeah. So you're saying operating system related information and data, everything is in the snapshot. From
Correct.
there, it is even these, madam, like once you have launched an instance, you give update command, na? So that repository information also is there in snapshot. Huh?
Which repository information?
Means when you give update, it should take those packages. Na? From where it is taking those packages? From
From the
repository only.
operating
Na?
system. From the operating system. It might be
Which
in
is
a
there?
directories. See, if the packages are stored in a directories, yes.
So it's part of the snapshot.
It's a part of the operating system. Now you are not updating the snapshot, you are updating the instance.
Okay, instance.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, after launching an instance, if you want to take a backup of that instance, okay, what if I have an application here? I've just installed everything what is required. Let's assume it. And now what if the instance fails? Everything, whatever you have created is gone. Yes. So as a backup, what you can do is you can create an image of that instance. An image is nothing but a backup of the instance only. Okay, now let's assume you have a VM, you have an EC2 instance, and that EC2 instance is having few kind of applications. Okay, now to avoid the disaster recovery or to avoid some sort of disasters, to plan the disaster recovery, what you can do is you can create an image. Okay, now when you create an image, you get an AMI, you get a snapshot, but this AMI would be managing by the customer because it's you who created this image. Okay, you can use the AWS provided AMIs to start with the instance. You can install whatever the applications you wanted. You can modify the instance by having whatever the applications you want. And you can take an image of that instance so that whatever the applications which you have or the packages which you have in the instance, this AMI also will get it, will inherit them. Because I have taken the image after installing the Apache, obviously this image also will have the Apache. Okay, now if I launch another instance from the AMI which I have created, it's again setting an AMI and creating an instance. Okay, now because the image is having Apache, the instance also by default will have Apache. So here I connected through Git Bash. The reason why I have shown you now again, because for the first instance, I connected. Okay, I connected to the instance. I installed the Apache, but for the second instance, you by default will have the Apache because the image which I have selected is having Apache. So my instance also will have Apache. But in this case, my image is not having it. So my instance also is not there. Okay. So in my instance also, there is no Apache created. So I have manually installed the Apache. Okay. Image is nothing but a snapshot. Is that correct? No. If image is snapshot, why I would have explained AMI. Image is a backup of that instance. That's it. Okay. When you say image of that instance, that means it's a backup of the whole instance. Okay. Rohit, it is not a replica of that original. Okay. See, when you say replica, I have EC2. I have another EC2. This EC2 is having MS Office. This EC2 is also having MS Office. Now, this is the replica of this instance. Means it is same. Replica means it is exactly the same. But EC2 is different from image. So it is not a replica. Okay, Rohit? So you cannot use any other words. Okay, you cannot use any other words apart from what I am using because those names as having another meaning in other services. Okay, so please don't use any other words apart from this. Okay, now stopping the instance is cost effective than keeping an AMI of that instance. How can you say that? Venu? But we haven't spoke
I'm just
about
asking that. I'm asking whether which is cost effective, whether keeping stopping the instance. See, suppose I've installed the Apache into that instance, and after I stopped the instance, and or only keeping the AMI with the Apache instance. So which between these two, which is cost effective? That's what I wanted to know.
simple. It's when you are talking about the volume and the snapshot, first of all, you shouldn't be thinking in terms of cost, because I'll tell you. Now that you have stopped your instance, when you stop your instance,
Yeah.
you will not
It
get charged
basically
for the instance, but
EC2.
you will get charged for the storage cost, correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, if I have another EC2 instance, I can attach this volume to that instance and I can use it. Correct?
Correct.
Yes. In fact, it is, because I haven't explained. If you're aware of it, yes, it is. Okay. Now, that means this EBS volume is vulnerable. I can access this EBS volume from any other of the instances. It is just there. So, in terms of security, it is not correct to keep that EBS volume there if you're not using it. Okay. In fact, a snapshot cannot be used directly from that instance. In terms of security, taking the snapshot is the correct way if you want to keep your instance data in your console, but if you're not using it. Okay. You don't want to use it. You want to save the cost. Take an image and keep it with it. But if you just stop your instance, the volume can be used. In terms of security, taking a snapshot is the correct. Now, in terms of the cost, now, when we have an EBS volume, the cost would be for the EBS volume itself. But when you take a snapshot, there is a service called S3. The snapshots would be stored in S3. So the cost would be of S3. Now you need to compare what is the EBS cost and what is S3 cost. Each and every service will have their own pricing page. Okay, as per my knowledge, S3 cost would be less when compared to EBS. But as I said, you can just cross check again. And please let me know if I'm wrong. Okay.
Yeah,
Madam,
sure.
one more.
One
Madam,
second. 1 second, please. I have a questions in the chat. Just give me a moment, okay? We can block it security rule. Security group is for the instance, not for the volume. Okay. So then snapshot is just a backup. Correct. And image itself is just a backup. Okay. So image is a backup of the instance. So when we explicitly talk about EBS, you will get some sort of understanding a little more. I cannot just elaborate everything in this session because each session will have some part to part. Okay, I wanted to concentrate on creating an image now for that instance. Okay, yeah, a question, please. Someone is asking a question. Sorry, please.
Madam, you said like that snapshot which we take will be part of the EBS. It will be stored in EBS only, na? Or S3? I got confused
S3.
there.
S3.
Okay. And now if we terminate that instance, even that S3 also is gone, huh? Right? Because it is
No,
too storage.
when we terminate this instance, this is a separate part which we create. So this will not be deleted.
But the first one? Oh, first one, the default snapshot?
This one, these are AWS provided AMIs. No one can delete it.
Not AMI, snapshot.
Anything, of course, anything.
Oh.
See, when you say there is no snapshot, there is no way an AMI can exist. See, you cannot touch AWS provided AMIs or snapshots, okay? You can modify, you can play around yours.
Got it.
Okay, yeah. Now, what is the difference between EBS and ES3? It's completely out of topic, Srikanth. We will definitely talk about EBS as well as ES3, S3 in the next sessions. Now we are just concentrating on EC2. Okay. Yeah. So, let me just give a quick recap. So in the last session, we have launched an EC2 instance from AWS provided AMI and snapshot, and we launched an EC2 with the root volume. And we have modified this instance or we connected to this instance and installed a simple package, which is Apache. Now, if you want to take a backup of this application or the package, what you can do is you can take an image. Okay, so image is a backup of the whole instance. When I say whole instance, I'm talking about the operating system backup, the applications backup, the packages backup. Okay, so when you take an image, whatever the applications, packages, and the operating system which is there will be created as an AMI and snapshot, where you will get charged for this because you have created it. Okay, now because while I'm taking an image, this instance is having Apache, obviously the image also will have the Apache. Okay, and when you launch an EC2 instance from this image, because the AMI is having Apache, the instance by default will have Apache. But here we connected and we installed using some commands, right? But here it is not required. We can straight away use the public IP address of the instance and host it. So if for the first instance, we connected, we installed, yeah, we installed, right? So now I should be able to access the Apache for the first instance. Okay, so this is the a first instance. Now what we will do, we'll create an image. Once an image is completely created, I will create an instance out of this image. And once the instance is completely running, we'll try to host with the help of public IP address. Okay, so my voice is getting low. Is that so? Is for everyone?
Yes. You
Yes,
can say
yes.
so.
Now better,
Sometime
but sometimes it's
Okay.
security.
So fine for me is it's back now. Okay, so now I think it should be fine. Yeah. Now let me just show you how to create an image. So it will take some time to create an image. So in that time, we will see few questions. We can save the time in two ways. Okay. Now let me select the instance, go to actions and image and templates. So in order to create an image, first of all, you have to have an instance. I have an instance and it is having Apache. Now let me take an image. Okay. So select the instance, go to actions, image and create image. And here you can give a name as Apache. Description probably Apache in Ubuntu. Okay. Now I can just click on create image. Now when I am taking an image, okay, of that instance, it will take the volumes of that instance. Okay, and I have only one volume, so it selected one volume, and I can straight away click on create image. That's simple. Just give a name and the description and click on create image. And once I create image, that AMI can be seen again in the left navigation. If I scroll down, under the images, I have AMIs. So if I click on AMIs, I would be seeing this AMI, but it is still in pending state. So I have to wait for that to be available state in order to go for the next step. Okay, now let me take the questions. You can use the chat or unmute yourself, please.
Or these images got stored in the EBS of an existing EC2 instance?
So
Yeah.
you're asking the EBS volumes.
Yes.
So can you repeat your question?
Is this AMI new AMI which you have created? Where
Okay.
it gets stored in? Where
As
it
I
is
said, it's
getting
in
stored?
S3.
That's what I want.
There is a service called S3.
Okay.
Okay.
S3. Okay, fine. Got it. I got it. Okay.
Yeah. See, it's like this. You have, let's assume you are using Windows. Okay, Windows. I think this will answer. I could see a lot of question marks. Like what exactly is this instance? Why you have separate things and all? Yeah. If you take Windows, if you're using Windows or anything, Linux or Mac, but why I have said Windows? Because if you take Windows, you will have a C drive, correct? Yes, whoever using Windows machine, the C drive. Can someone tell me how to, what would be there in the C drive?
OS related to
Akhilesh,
files.
I will show, sorry, yeah, please go ahead.
OS related to files.
OS related files.
Yeah, other drivers have access to
The drivers, users information, applications, yes,
applications
Yeah,
also in
what was? yeah.
program files. Okay,
program files also.
correct. Now, this C drive is like a root volume. Okay. Now the EC2 is like the screen. You can just think of it. Okay. Now, without a C drive, does the Windows operating system exist?
No.
No. And what I mean by Windows operating system again? C drive itself is an operating system. No, right? C drive is not an operating system. It has the files which has the potential to work on an operating system. Correct? It has the data, but Windows and operating system where you can see the interface and everything. Correct? Exactly. So EBS is just a volume which has all the details of an operating system. EC2 itself is an operating system, but the data of an operating system will be stored in the EBS. The same way here also. It is like an image, just a kind of a template, but the template details will be there in the snapshot. Now, can I have, hold on, can I have an image without a snapshot? No ways. AMI is depending on the snapshot. See, I can explain Windows C drive with this. Now, with the same example, you should be able to understand this because there is no alternate for this. It's like your CD. So previously, before few years back, if you want to buy a laptop, if you buy a laptop, okay, you will not get an operating system, right? Previously, we don't used to get an operating system with the laptop, right? We used to explicitly install it. Yes. Hello. Do you agree with me?
Yeah.
Correct. Now, how do you, how do you install your operating system on your laptop?
via CD and etc.
Exactly. Pen drive or CD. Okay, so this is what it is. So the CD capacity is a snapshot. Okay, now you will select that CD and then a file, right? That is AMI. Okay, if you open CD, you will get some files like Windows, image. You select that, right? That is AMI. The data which is in here is a snapshot. Okay, now 1 second. Let me see a few questions. Can we make multiple images of an AMI? Sachin, here I have never created an image of an AMI, right? I have created an image of an instance. I think you need to reiterate your question. Madam, I have a query regarding aligning my learning in regards to my profile. Oh, this all things we discussed. Okay, this is not related to your. Okay, so Santosh, in the last session, I have told that we can access the AWS services through CLI, through console, through SDKs. So answering your question, yes, we can manage through CLI. Okay. Sorry, shoot. 1 second, please.
No, I have two questions. If you're free, I will shoot. Otherwise, I'll wait for your turn.
Um, okay, please go ahead. That's fine.
Sorry. Sorry. The first question is regarding PEM file. So if it is the same instance and the very first time when you create a PEM file for that, and it can be reusable, right? For the same instance whenever you create. And there is no security relevant problems later will come. Even at organization level, I'm thinking.
What do you mean by
Anuradha.
security level?
Anuradha, Samarth here. Can I try to answer this question? Just correct me if I'm wrong. Chitra, so when
Yeah.
we create an instance, okay, so we create a key pair file with it. Okay, so that key pair
Correct.
file, the public key gets placed into the server and we receive a private file.
Private set.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this key pair is also saved in our key pair vault at AWS side. Okay. And now you create another instance. Okay. And be it anything, be it Windows or be it Unix. Okay. And there is an option to select existing key pair. Okay. So when you select that existing key pair, what AWS will do it will place a public file, a public key in the newly created instance, and it will help you to download another private file for that instance.
So are you saying then the public key will be same for all the instances, all the different instances you create, only the private pair you can opt to change it if depending on your instance?
No, it's going to be same. Like it's going to be key pair,
It
which
can
is
be
saved
same.
at it would be
Right.
same because you are
Right.
just selecting the
Okay.
existing key pair which is present in the vault.
Right. Okay. Okay. So okay, yeah, I understand that. Let me see how that my understanding carry forward. And the second question what I have is the image you created right now, Anupama. So initially for the root instance, you have that 8 GB EBS storage, and then when we create a image, that 8 GB whatever we are allocating to the image, is it same storage or it's a different allocation for the image?
This one.
Yeah.
So this
Yeah, the
snapshot will
second
be
one.
of 8 GB. So it's the same. So the snapshot will be depending upon the volumes capacity.
Okay.
If the EBS is 8 GB, the snapshot will be of 8 GB. If it is 10, it is 10. If it is 100,
so
it's
it
of 100.
just generate the mirror of whatever you have in there.
Backup, yes.
Instance.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine.
So is there any cost? Is there any cost for an image? Once an image. So is there any cost for creating an image? For creating, no. But if you just create it and it has a snapshot, snapshots are actually stored in S3. Okay. As I said, this is a service called S3. It is stored in S3, and you'll get charged for the S3 storage cost. Okay. So can you show me how to create an image? At least please don't do with me. I will be showing at the end of it. Okay. Can we create multiple images of an instance? Yes. So maybe I installed Apache. Okay, I have taken an image. This AMI will have Apache. Okay. Now later I have installed a different package 2. Okay. Now, while I'm just installing this package 2, before I install this package 2, I have taken an image. So obviously this package 2 will not be there in the image. Now, if I want to take the backup of the instance again, I have to take another AMI. Okay, so it is possible. We can create like multiple AMIs, Sachin. Okay, if both are running, okay, what do you mean by both are running? Have you asked any previous question? If both are running, how about the charge? Will it be applicable to both or only EC2 will be charged? So Rohit, you mean both means your EC2 instance as well as your AMI, or 2 instances? Can you please unmute yourself? Because I have a lot of questions before. Okay, Rohit, You please unmute yourself and then ask, okay? If EBS total size is 10 GB, but only 1 GB is occupied, what will be the snapshot size? See, I have not discussed about the EBS guys. There's a separate session for that. We'll talk about it, okay? So what will be the cost of S3? You will have a pricing page for each and every service. You can check that. Yeah. You have a pricing calculator also. For example, if I go to S3, yeah, and I can go to service that is S3, and then I have a pricing page, and you will have the details here, everything. Okay. And I cannot straight away say that this is the price because AWS will be keep on changing the pricing. Simple. Yeah. So every time when you need a price, you can go to this pricing page of each service. Okay. EC2 and image. Okay. So if the EC2 instance is running and we don't say AMI is running. Okay. AMI is available. Yeah. So obviously if you create two, you will get charged for both of them. Okay. Now, when we create an image, will free storage cost EBS plus S3. No, Santosh. Guys, these are all free things. It doesn't work like that, okay? It doesn't work like that. No. S3 is having some 5 GB of storage limit, okay? Under free tier. Whereas EBS is having 30 GB. Okay, not S3 plus EBS, no. Fine. So for the pricing page, what I recommend is please check the pricing pages or free tier, right? Free tier. So S3 is a separate service. EBS is a different component altogether. You cannot combine that, okay? Santosh? See, under the free tier for S3, 5 GB. Yeah. Now let me check if my AMI is available. Now, when I create an image, I get an AMI and I'll also get a snapshot. That snapshot can be seen in the left navigation under the Elastic Block Store. You have snapshots. Okay, and snapshot will be seen with of 8 GB and it is completed. Now this AMI is ready so that we can launch an instance from that AMI. See guys, now you can only launch an instance from an AMI once an AMI is ready, means once an AMI is available. Yeah. Now, in order to launch an instance, you can just select the AMI, you can launch instance from that AMI one way. But traditionally, how do we launch it? We'll go to instances, we'll click on launch instance. Okay. I can just name it as Apache. As Apache. Okay. Now, from browse more AMIs, you can see my AMIs. So in the last session, if you remember, I said that what are the AMIs which you create will be under my AMIs. Okay, so you see the name which I've given and then the description. And I would select this AMI. Okay, so my AMI itself would be selected from my AMIs. And other things I need to explicitly select them, like the instance type. I will proceed without a key pair. Let me choose the third option. So in the last session, we have seen how to create a new key pair. Just before, I have shown you how to choose an existing one. Now we will see proceed without a key pair. So I am not having a key pair. That means I cannot connect from my local machine. Okay. Because I'm not connecting from my local machine, I don't need SSH. But I want to access this EC2 instance Apache from public IP address from the browser. So I need HTTP. Okay. And I stick with the root volume and I will launch an instance. So view all instances. Now I have a second instance and I can just take the public IP address. It will take some time to get the output. Okay. So I just have to wait for that to be in running state and then it will work. So any questions, please? Oh, I have it. 1 second. I'll just put this in the chat. Voice went low again. Is it same for everyone? See guys, sometimes I will hum, okay? So my voice will, I will just say that, okay, I'll be doing this. So in this way, if it is low, please don't worry. Okay? But if it is again, I'm trying to pick up, that means I'm just humming it in the session. But if it suddenly went low and you're not able to hear me, please send a message at that time. Okay? Okay, it's low now. Fine then. So can I assume that your image is stored in S3 by default now? I would say the snapshot of that image is stored in S3. Yes. Not in your S3 bucket. AWS have their own kind of buckets. It stores there. Okay. So any questions, please? So let me take the second instance IP address, select the second instance, take the public IP address and keep it in the browser. Oh my God, it's not working. Still pending. Okay. Okay, I think then I need to wait. Any other questions? Let me just answer questions in this time.
No. So the instances we created two now. So yeah, one is the instance and another one is the image. So you are saying like if you take the first instance, not the backup image, the first one, and you further develop something like app or package files, storage, increase some data, all that, and you wanted to have the same versioning, whatever you have done till now, can't you further copy to this backup image? Do you need additional one, another image to be created?
Yes.
Okay, so only the baseline you can do. After that, you can't further.
No, not like
Crop
baseline.
or-
Okay. No, dear. See, you install everything, whatever you wanted, and take an image.
Correct.
Now, once I take an image, if you change here, why it will be reflected in this? No, it will not.
But there is a need if we wanted to reflect.
You
can
take in
we
another
do?
image, no?
Okay, so
If there
that
is a
would
need,
again.
simple. If there is a need, so what you need to do is, once installing everything, then you take an image. It's like this. I'll give you a real-time scenario, okay? I have a server. I have an application. When I say application, this is means a code. When I say code, it can be in any programming language. It can be Python, it can be .NET, it can be Java, etc. Right? It is uploaded, deployed, and you're running it. Facebook.com. Correct? Now, this instance, this application data will be stored in the root volume. Right? Now, how frequently you update your application? Maybe monthly once. Not every day, definitely not. Application change every day. The interface, for example, Facebook will add new features, but on every day basis? No, probably every month or every week. Now, you take an image as soon as you launch an instance and deploy all the applications. So you'll get an AMI snapshot, the first version, V1. Now you have modified this code, means again, there will be versions, patching. Okay, so usually applications will be patched or updated every year. Patches will happen on a quarterly based, 3 months once, etc. But even worse scenarios, if you're doing every month, okay, every month there is a new patch. So what you need to do, once the patching is done, then you take another image, version 2. And maybe after 1 month, again, you have done some patches, then you take another version.
So what are we
Understood?
doing keeping all these earlier versions in
If you want
S3?
to,
What's the
it's
maintenance?
up to you. It's up to you if you want to. Otherwise, you can delete them.
Mhm. Right.
Okay.
Anupama, it's clear now, but I have some doubt. Like we can auto schedule the snapshots
Of course, yes, yes.
for week.
There is an option called Lifecycle Manager. We can automate it. Creation of an AMIs.
Okay. So for week or month, we can auto schedule it, right?
Of course, you need not manually do it. Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Now, is it compulsory to take an image? Sachin, guys, if you want to ask a question, see, nothing is small or big, okay? Keep it to everyone so that everyone knows what is the question and they'll also get answered. They'll not get bored when I'm answering your questions, okay? So is it compulsory to take an image of an instance? Because we can already run our applications with our first instance. Why we need to that, ma'am? Okay, see, let's assume you have an important file. Very important, very, very important that if you lose it, that's gone. So your life will get disturbed. Okay, let's assume. Now, will you keep this file only in one place? Sachin, please answer in the chat if you can't unmute. Will you keep this file only in one place? No. You keep it in your machine, you keep it in your cloud, you keep it in your pen drive, you keep it in a hard disk. Correct. Now, if there is an application which is running, what if the users who is accessing this application went down for some reason? Because humans make mistakes. Okay. And there is no hardware which doesn't fail. And we actually never know how the system behaves. Do you know how your laptop behaves at some point of time or at all times? No, we never know. Suddenly your machine will stop, it will get off. So it happens with any hardware. Now, why we need to take an image? If something happens to this, and if it is important to you, then you take an image. Otherwise, it's not required. No, it's not. What if there is a file, it's not that important? You don't keep it in backups. No. Understood, Sachin? Did I answer your question? What will be the size of an image file? Will the EBS size of the instance be included in the image size? Yes, Shinoj. So I think this I already answered this. If an EBS is of 8 GB, the snapshot will also be of 8 GB. If it's of 10, it will be of 10. Okay, it's the same. So when I say EBS is of 8 GB, then the whole instance weight is of 8 GB. But we explicitly talk about the volumes because volumes only will have size. Okay. Oh, let me see what's happening to my instance. Okay, second instance. Is it not reachable? Strange. So Apache instance.
Status check is not completed. I mean, it's not paused. It's initializing.
No, it doesn't take much time. In fact, no, it should be ready. It is just checking some status checks. Maybe it just failed at status. Oh, it's fine then. Now, what's the problem? See, it's working. Just a refresh. Okay, so this is the second instance of public IP address, and this is the first instance of public IP address. Okay, so ends with 145, first instance. If you go to second instance, ends with 251. Okay, so first instance, second instance IP address. They're different. Yeah, am I clear?
Yes.
Let me see the chat again. So in that case, in our free tier, we can have only 5 GB for S3, but we have created EBS volume. So how does this work? So Shinaj, what I have observed is once you take an image, okay, so if you keep it for 1 hour or 2 hours, there is no charge. Even though we have 5 GB under free tier, okay, if you immediately create it for the demonstration and if you delete it, there is no cost. I've been doing this from years. Okay. So what you can do is you can try creating it and make sure that once you're done with the whole process, delete it. So there is no cost. Okay. Now, how do we automatically switch from failed instance to healthy instance in the backend code? In the backend code.
Yeah, this question was from me. Sorry.
What is backend code?
I mean, I'm sorry if I'm out of context, but that one instance suppose is deployed and that goes down. So another instance, you're saying image instance we can use. So basically, what we do is we connect to from backend, we connect to database or any information system that is there. Suppose documents are there in EC2, means the first instance, and that goes down. So we have to connect to the second instance to get our documents or file or information in our backend system. So that dynamically, is it a relevant question for now, or if it's irrelevant, it's fine?
Simple. See, if you have an EC2 instance and you don't store the data, whatever the file in EBS, okay? So if this EC2 is an application, is having an application and it is interacting with the data, probably database would be there. So there will be a common database where multiple instances can access it.
Okay, is the concept of microservices relevant to this EC2 or EBS? I mean, microservices are deployed here or where?
So first of all, can you tell me what is microservices?
It is
So I can understand.
Containerized different app means different system services for like order module, customer module, different.
Now
different
again, you
modules.
use the word containers. What is containers?
Container is
Okay, it's okay, ignore.
okay, thanks.
See, microservices means you'll have an application and applications will have different components. For example, if you take Amazon shopping,
Yeah, we have customer order.
We have payments page. We'll have orders page. Okay. Yeah, we'll have inventory. We'll have products. Okay.
Yes.
So these are all different functionalities altogether, which are also called as services. Now, previously, okay, so answering your question, these are all different functionalities working under one application. Now, do you want to go for monolithic application or you want to go for whatever you said it is microservices? It's completely up to you. Now, do you want to keep the service on different EC2 instances or only in one instance you want to run different services? It's completely up to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did I answer? Yes, your question.
Yeah. So means I have not tried this in practical, but generally in interviews they say if your order service fails in one microservice, how do you switch over to another microservice? The orders should be, I mean, there should not be production level lag. So if your order system is down in one container, so you switch from backend, you can switch to another container, that same order service.
So for that, there is a service called load balancer.
Okay.
Which will balance the load to the healthy endpoints. It can be services, it can be instances.
Okay, and that load balancer we'll have to configure and
Yes.
automatically.
Yes, so you will have two EC2 instances. One EC2 instance will have these pages, these services. Another EC2 instance also will have the same services. Okay, and you will have a load balancer. If this fails, it will direct to the orders in this instance. Simple.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
1 second. Am I explaining something?
So no, just going back to that point where you're explaining to ARC, the load balancer, you create two instances, right? So that the two instances can be images, right? Like we are doing now backup.
No, those are the instances, ma. Load balancer, I'll again talk about it, Chitra. Because I just want to answer his question, I told load balancer. Out of context. Okay, we have a project too. We will explicitly talk about load balancer. I will also do hands-on.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Containers are nothing but instances as per my understanding. No, Rohit. No, please explore what is containers and what are virtual machines. EC2 instances are the virtual machines. Okay, containers are different. Anyways, so let me just go for cleanup. Let me just terminate the instances. Select the instances, instance state, terminate instance. And how to delete. Yeah, I think there is a question how to delete a snapshot. So you can just go to the AMIs, select the AMI, actions, deregister AMI, and then you can go to snapshots, select the snapshot, delete the snapshot. Okay.
Can we share created snapshot with other users? Like suppose now I'm a user and I have installed everything and I want to share that instance or maybe snapshot with somebody else. Can we do that?
So see, instance cannot be shared. Okay. See, when I say instance cannot be shared, that means you cannot copy an instance and then give to other ones, but you can give access to that instance. Okay. I hope you're asking about sharing means having that AMI in other account.
Yes. So that AMI,
Possible.
other people, the
Possible.
people from other accounts should able to access that AMI and create their own instance.
I think I already explained this in the last session. Community AMIs are that the same.
In that case, how to make our AMI, like our AMI as a community AMI?
You make it public. You make the AMI public. That's it. It will be open for everyone.
Got it.
So you'll have an options in the actions, okay? Because I just deleted the actions. You will have edit AMI permissions. Okay, by default it will be private, but you can change it to public. So
Madam, can you repeat the deleting of that snapshot? I missed noting it down.
no, see, go to that place and then go to actions and then deregister the AMI. Go to the snapshot, select it, actions and delete it. That's it. See, whenever you create a particular service, you just need to go to that service and then just actions. For instance, you will have here itself. Okay, terminate the instance. Yeah. So if you observe, for EC2, we say terminate. For AMI, we say deregister. For snapshot, we say delete. Now we are just using different terminologies, but ultimately what we are doing, we're just deleting it. So it's very important to use the right terminology for that right component. Please don't miss that. Okay. In interviews, you cannot say, I want to delete my instance. No, I want to terminate my instance. Okay. Ma'am, I'm getting an error for this instance. While could you please suggest? Sure. Kamala can just give me some more time. Okay. I will address this. Is there any shortcut available to delete all the snapshots AMI? Suppose if we miss anything, we get unnecessary. So there is no shortcut, but you can see the status in the EC2 dashboard. Okay. So what you can do is you can see that once you have done all the cleanup, you can just see the EC2 dashboard. Everything should be 0 except the key pairs and the except the key pairs and the security groups. Okay. So if you see here, I have instances, it is showing 2, but if I click on it, they are terminated. They should be terminated. Then it is fine. So the terminated instances will be there in the console for a couple of hours and it will disappear automatically. You need not do anything. You have to make sure that they are terminated. That's it. Okay. Now, apart from that, everything should be 0. There is no cost for security groups and key pairs. So no worries. So you can check if there are any snapshots. So if there is an AMI, definitely you will have a snapshot. So don't worry about AMI. You can see it in the snapshots itself. Okay. I think I answered that. That's fine. That's fine. So now let me just move to the slides. Okay. See, the thing is, this session, the participants in this program, in this course, they are not new to AWS. You guys, you guys are not at all new to AWS. Okay. But you have some knowledge on it. So you're trying to apply on whatever I explain. A few, don't worry. See, when I say you are, not everyone. Okay. There are exceptions. Don't worry. So what is happening is you're trying to apply whatever you know into whatever I explain. So that is the reason I'm getting different kinds of questions. But make sure, guys, you're asking only relevant ones so that, anyways, I'll explain no, in the coming ones so that we can save some time. Because, yes, I want to explain how much ever I know, but in a flow so that not, I mean, the others will not be seeing something it as a complete, a different context. Okay. Now let me share my screen. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's okay. If you're new to AWS, that's fine. Yeah, you need not explicitly send a message. So I'm talking about who are not. And someone is calling me as Anuradha. My name is Anupama. Okay. Please correct it. You can call me Anu. I don't mind, but with the correct name. Okay. So we have completed the lab of an EC2. We have created an image. We created an instance, whatever it is required. Yes. So now let's understand the features of that instance. Okay. Now we'll go little deep. Okay. Yeah. So the VMs, the virtual computing environments, are known as the instances. The pre-configured template of your instance is known as the AMI. The hardware configuration of CPU, memory, storage, and network capacity is the instance store. And key pairs in order to log into your EC2 instance. And we have not yet discussed this. The temporary volumes are called the instance store volumes. We'll talk about it now. And persistent volumes are called the EBS volumes. A firewall is a security group where we define the protocols, ports, and IP addresses. And metadata, known as tags, which will be useful to create and assign to an EC2 instance. Okay. Now let's understand these features in detail, little detail, one by one. Okay. Now let's understand the root volume of that instance. We know that this is an EC2 instance. Okay. An EC2 can have two types of root volumes. Please understand. Okay. It can have two types of root volumes. If an EC2 instance is using the host computer storage, the server, the host computer storage for root. When you have a Windows operating system or when you have an operating system, you will be having a storage which has all those files, right? For example, if you have Windows, you will have a C drive. Yeah. So whenever I say an EC2, it has to have a root volume. Now, if an EC2 instance is using the volume of the host computer for root, then this instance is called as an instance store backed EC2 instance. This EC2 instance is backed by instance store. The EC2 instance is backed by the instance store. This is instance store. Okay. So the host computer, the server where you have your instance, okay, that server storage is called instance store. Now, if EC2 instance is using the instance store or the host computer storage for root, then this instance is called an instance store backed EC2 instance. Hold on with your questions, okay? Listen to this carefully. If an EC2 instance is using a network attached volume, if an EC2 instance is using a network attached volume, means the volume and the instance is connected with a network, not in the same host computer. Okay. So if an EC2 instance is using a volume which is network attached for root, then this instance is called an EBS backed EC2 instance. This EC2 instance is backed by EBS. So we can have only one C drive, right? You cannot have two C drives, right? An instance can be either instance store backed or EBS backed. Obviously cannot both. Okay, just for a time, the space constraints, I just explained in one picture. Okay. Now, when AWS introduced EC2 for the first time, all the EC2 instances are instance store backed only. Yes. When EBS is introduced, now if you take an image and if you click on an image from the quick start AMIs, okay, all are EBS backed only. Okay. Now later EBS one, when EBS is introduced, now AWS is supporting an EBS backed EC2 instances only under the quick start. If you can see, we selected Ubuntu, right? So that's under quick start AMIs. Yeah. So all are an EBS backed instances. Now, when we have instance store already, why EBS is introduced? Or what are the limitations which are in instance store overcome by the EBS? In simple terms, what is the difference between two? We have just seen the difference in architecture, but why? Okay, there are the differences in simple terms. Now, if something happens to the hardware, to the host computer hardware, if the hardware fails, the data which the instance is, the storage which is in the hardware is lost. The data which is in the instance store is lost, will be deleted automatically. But if you take EBS, EBS is not depending upon the hardware. So even if you have an hardware failure, it will not impact the volume of the EBS because it is network attached, not depending upon this hardware. But whereas hardware failure impact the instance store. The second difference, if the instance fails for some reason, if the instance fails, the instance store which is here will be deleted. Yes. Okay. The data which in here, the storage, the instance store will be deleted. But even if something happened to the instance, you can still keep your EBS volume because if you remember from the session, sorry, the last session, we have delete on termination. Okay. If you disable the delete on termination, even if something happened to the instance, this volume will be untouched. So even if there is an instance failure, it will not impact the volume. Whereas here, it will be deleted. Okay. Now, let's assume there is an application deployed on the EC2 instance. There is an application deployed on an EC2 instance. Okay. Now the client is using this application from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Let's assume the client is using the application from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. After 6 p.m. till 9 a.m. he would not be using it. The client will not be using it. So what we can do? Hello?
We can stop the instance.
You can stop our instance, correct? Yes.
To cost reducing.
Correct. An instance store backed EC2 instance doesn't support stop action.
Okay.
We cannot stop an instance store backed EC2 instance, whereas we can stop, you know it, right? We can stop an EBS backed EC2 instance.
Yeah.
So even if you are not using an instance, you cannot stop if you are using the instance store as a root volume. Okay. So if you take an instance store, okay, so one of the volume will be act as a root, okay, and where the AMI would be taken from an S3. Don't worry about the service, we'll talk about it again. Okay, so when we just launch an EC2 instance, the storage will be there in the instance store connecting to this instance. If the hardware fails or if an instance fails, the data which in here will be lost, and we cannot stop an instance store backed EC2 instances. But if you go for an EBS backed, because they are the network attached volumes, not depending upon the host computer, even if there's hardware failure or instance failure, your volumes would be there, and we can stop and start the EBS backed instances. EBS backed EC2 instances. Okay, any questions, please? Before I go to the next topic.
I have one question. So you said it's network attached, right? So even the data will be stored in hardware. What if the data, I mean, the hardware failures? So we can take snapshot. That's correct? Okay.
So now coming to that. So now that this is a hardware and it has some sort of storage. Now EBS will also be stored in a hardware, right? What if that hardware fails? Now, usually what happens is, the beauty with EBS is, when you create an EBS volume, that EBS volume would be replicated in multiple copies for high availability. I repeat, the EBS volume will be replicated by AWS automatically in multiple copies for high availability. So even if there is a failure from AWS end, okay, hardware failure means from, it will be at server level, means at the hardware, means AWS needs to manage, it's their responsibility, okay. So even if the hardware failure happens, AWS automatically connects to one of its replica. So it will not impact the customer, even if you take a snapshot or not.
Okay, got it.
Because it is the issue with AWS. If there is a problem with the AWS, it has its backup plan.
Okay.
But what if you accidentally terminate it? AWS can't do anything, okay? When
Right.
you terminate it, the volume, everything will be deleted, even the backups, okay?
Yes.
You have to take an image if to avoid the issues from your end.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Now, an image is basically a template that contains your operating system files, applications, libraries, and all, right? And from an image, you can launch an instance or you can launch multiple instances. Okay. So, for example, if I take an Ubuntu, from Ubuntu, I can launch a T2 micro instance of instance type, okay? I can launch an EC2 instance of A1 medium. I can launch an instance of M5X large. So I can choose the same AMI, but I can launch with different hardware configurations. Like it's like this. I have a Windows 11 now, okay, with i3 processor. Same with i5 processor, with i7 processor. So you have different hardware configurations, but the same operating system. Okay. Now coming to the life cycle of an AMI would be created either from the snapshot or if it is an instance store backed from a template. Okay. Now, once you get an AMI, we can launch an instance. We have just seen that. Okay. We can deregister that instance. Sorry, deregister the AMI. Yes, we can launch an instance from that AMI. We can deregister the AMI. We can also copy. So now let's understand what is copy. Let's assume. Sorry.
Synapse outline.
Can you please be clear? I didn't understand.
So, copy is same has a snapshot, no?
Snapshot. No. See, snapshot is again different. Snapshot is already there. No. So let's assume I have an EC2 instance. When I say EC2, it comes with the root volume by default. When I say AMI, it will have a snapshot by default. Okay. Now, let's assume I have an instance and I have taken the image of it as a backup. Okay. And I have launched this instance in Mumbai region. Now I want to expand my business to North Virginia region. Okay. Instead of creating an EC2 instance and then doing from the scratch, what I can simply do is I can copy. When I say copy, it will come with a snapshot. Okay. I did not explicitly mention it. Okay. Without a snapshot, AMI cannot exist. So what I can do is I can just simply copy it. And from that AMI, I launch an instance. Because the instance is having application and I have taken an AMI from that instance which has application, the AMI will have the application. Now, when I'm copying, this AMI is having application. So this AMI also will have the application. Now, when I launch an instance, this instance also will have the application. Now I can simply run, start and deploy my, hosting my application. Okay, to the users from in this region. Okay. Now, not only the Mumbai users, the North Virginia users also will access this application. Simple. Okay. So if you want to, for example, if you want to copy an AMI from one region to another region, you can use copy. Yeah. Now let's understand what is public and private images. As soon as you create an AMI.
Anu.
Yeah.
Can I stop you here? Sorry. Just going back to get that clear understanding on what is image and what is AMI snapshot. So the AMI, like you said, AMI always be attached with the snapshot. And that forms and allows us to trigger an instance. So you're running an instance, and when you say terminate, you are terminating the instance, which means by default the AMI and the snapshot will be deleted. Is that right?
No, ma. No, they become independent. I explicitly deleted them now in the previous.
Yeah, that's why I just wanted to understand that. So the terminate won't cover the deletion of AMI and the snapshot.
Definitely not.
Right. Okay.
These are different components altogether. See, when we take an image, okay? When we take an image, once an AMI is completely created, or even if it is in between, doesn't matter, okay? When you delete them, it will not impact the AMI. Means it will not delete the components which you create from that instance.
Which means the image you're saying, the image wouldn't be deleted by terminating the instance.
Yeah, that's what I'm showing, no? You can see
right. Yeah.
So the images, the AMIs, the snapshots will not be deleted when you terminate your instances, okay? It's like this, you have files, okay? You have files, you copy to another place and you zipped them. You zipped and then copied. Now, if you delete here, will this impact this place? No.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I understand now. Thank you. Thanks, Anupama.
Yeah.
Anu, one question here.
Mm.
So, AMI, when you say making the AMI as public means it is available only in that specific region, or
I
it's
didn't
available over
explicitly.
the globe?
Yeah. Venu, I'm still talking about the public and private images. I haven't explained this slide, right? Give me a moment, okay? Simple.
So,
1 minute, I'll explain it, okay? Then you ask your questions. It is not external storage. External will have a different meaning, okay? External, it is not external, it is network attached storage. Okay? Right. Now, coming to the public and private images, as soon as you create an AMI, okay, if you create an AMI, that AMI will be private to you, to account owner. Okay. But if I want to share my AMI only to my team members, maybe to you, for example, I'm a manager, I've created an image and I want to share with my team members. I can take your account IDs and I can give access only to you. Yes, it's possible. But what if I want everyone to access my AMI? I'll change the permissions to public, which will be reflected in community AMIs. Then everyone can see my AMI and they can launch instance from that. Now, let's assume I have an account and you have your own account. And I have an AMI in my account. I have my own AMI in North Virginia region. Okay. Now, if I want explicitly share to a particular person, okay, what I'll do is I'll take the account ID of that account, okay, and then I will add it in my AMI section so that this AMI would be reflecting in this account or in your account in the same region of mine. If my AMI is in North Virginia region, the AMI which I shared to you will also be in North Virginia region of your account, because AMIs are region specific. AMIs will not cross the border of the region. It will be within that region only. But what if you want the AMI to be in Mumbai region? What do you do? Hello,
Copy.
anyone? Exactly.
Copy.
So copy if you want to have your AMI in your account in a different region. Share is if you want your AMI to be in a different account. Did I answer your question, Venu? Who is annotating here? Ridiculous. Guys, you cannot do this. I think I've told this multiple times. You better don't trigger me, okay? Okay. So did I answer your question, Venu? I'm sorry. I didn't listen to it.
Yeah. Got it.
Cool. Now, creating an EBS backed Linux instance from an EC2 instance, it's very much similar as what we just did. Okay. So from AWS provided AMI and Snapshot, we have launched an instance. Okay. And this is, we hosted with the help of public IP address. This is the first instance. And we modified this by having an Apache. And we took an image out of it. Okay. And because this instance is having Apache, the image also will have Apache. And when you launch an instance from this image, this instance will also have Apache. Okay. Where this is a second instance where we can access with a different public IP address, obviously. Yeah. That's about the AMI. Now let's understand the instance type. Okay. Now, when you say instance type is a hardware configuration of your EC2 instance. Yes, Rohit, you have any question?
Yeah, Anupama. Actually, if suppose we are using Ubuntu machine, maybe some other day we may use maybe CentOS or Linux, any some other instances. So at the time, so our data in Ubuntu, right? So is it possible to copy? I mean, is it applicable to copy our entire data into CentOS machine or something like that?
Why not? So usually, if you remember my last session, AWS recommends to create another EBS volume for the data. Okay. Now, if this EC2 instance is Ubuntu, I have launched another EC2 instance of CentOS. I can detach this from this instance and attach to this. Of course, there are some sort of restrictions which are there when you are connecting or attaching to the second instance. But if you ask me, it is possible. Because you're just copying the data, not an operating system, no? So this is possible if you keep your data in a different volume.
Yeah, understand.
Yeah. It's like taking a pen drive, connecting to your machine with some Windows, copy the data and take off the pen drive and then connect to a Mac machine. Because data is data. There is no change. Okay. Now, instance type is the hardware configuration of your EC2 instance, and we do have different instance families like general purpose, compute optimized, memory optimized, storage optimized, accelerated computing, and we also have HPC now, high performance computing. Okay, and we also have previous generation, current generation instance type. See, when AWS introduced EC2, see, EC2 was introduced in 2006, you know. So when EC2 was introduced at that time, there are few instance types which are created. And over a period of time, obviously AWS will be adding new instance types. The new ones are the current generation, the old ones are the previous generation. Very simple. Okay. But obviously the current generation will give you good performance when compared to the previous generation. So AWS recommends you to use the current generation instance type, okay, for good performance. But AWS still supports the previous generation instance types as well, not to disturb the existing customers. Okay. Now, when you are selecting an instance type for your application, there are a few things which you need to consider, like the region, because the region which is, we have almost 30 plus regions, right? So the cost of an EC2 instance with some configuration, like X configuration in region 1 would be different from if you have an instance of the same configuration in the next region, in the next or other region. Okay, so the cost of an instance will vary from region to region. So you have to choose, first of all, in which region you want to have your instance. Okay, the architecture, how much compute, memory, storage, and network performance you wanted. So if you could know these details, selecting an instance type is very much easy for you. Okay, so most of the time the client will give you these requirements, or you can start small and then increase it or expand it. Okay, now let's assume I have an EC2 instance and I have a T2 micro instance type. Okay. Now I have an application, it's a very small one. So I thought, okay, T2 micro would be enough. Now, initially I'm okay with it, but later the number of requests to this application is increasing. Now T2 micro is become very small to me. Now I want to go for a bigger one, like good hardware configuration. It has only one vCPU, 1 GB of memory, but I want to go for bigger ones. So what you can do is, for an existing instance, you can change the instance type. So if you do SysOps certification, or if you're doing the SysOps, preparing for SysOps certification, you will, in fact, you will do it as a hands-on. But for now, you just need to know that if I have an EC2 instance of X instance type, I can change it to Y. Yes, it is possible for the same instance. Okay. Maybe if you are using an older generation instance type, now you want to go for a newer generation. Yes, it is possible for the same instance. It is possible. Okay, so we can change the instance type of an EC2 instance. Now coming to the purchasing options, we can pay to AWS EC2 in different ways. Okay, so first comes with the on-demand. On-demand is pay by the second for the instance you launch. If I can just exclude this on the free tier, the instances would be charged for like per second, conditions apply again, per hour to second, minute as well. Okay. Now, on-demand instances are the instances which you go and create on demand. Like you go to console, you just launch it. You don't ask anyone's permission. You need not ask even. Okay, so these are the on-demand instances. The instances which you have created in the last session are all on-demand instances, because under free tier, there is no cost. But usually, if it is not under free tier, you will be charged by the second or a minute or an hour. Okay, so these are the on-demand instances. I want an instance, I just go and create it. That's it. But if you know that you would be using an instance for a longer term, like 1 year, I will use an instance for 1 year and I'm sure about it. What you can do is you can say to AWS that I want to reserve an instance with this kind of configuration. Okay. So what you can do is you can go for reserved instances as an option, where you can reserve for 1 year or 3 years. Because you're reserving it, because you're saying to AWS that I will be reserving an instance, AWS will give you a significant discount up to 70% off. I said up to, okay? I said up to 70% off. I hope you know the difference between flat and up to. Okay, so this up to 70 will be depending on multiple factors, the region, the instance type, the term, etc. Okay, so the advantage of going reserved is, anyways, you are using an instance and you're using an instance for longer term and you're sure about that you would be using it. So you can just go and reserve it. So where you will get some sort of discount. Okay, now you can reserve an instance for 1 year or 3 years. But what if you want to reserve for 2 years? You reserve for 1 year and renew for another year. But there is no option to reserve it for 2 years for whatever it may be the reason, it is not there. Okay. Next we have savings plan.
So the reserved instances, yeah, agree that terms they are providing, AWS providing. But if within that agreed term 1 year, if any scalability need required for that instance, are we allowed to?
In reserved, we have standard, we have convertible. Standard is something like where you cannot change the configuration once it is mentioned. Convertible is, yes, you can have that flexibility. So while you are reserving, if you think that probably in future I may change, go for convertible. Obviously, it will be little costlier when compared to standard, because AWS is giving that flexibility of changing the configuration also. little expensive when compared to standard. But standard is once it is created, that's it. You cannot modify it. Did I answer? Yes.
Thanks, Anna.
Next, we have savings plan. What if I want an EC2 instance every day for 1 hour? I do some sort of batch processing also, but I just need only 1 hour every day for 1 year. For an year, I want an instance every day for 1 hour, and that's it. You can go for savings plan. So where you would be paying per hour. And here also, you can go for 1 or 3 year term. Like savings plan is very much similar to reserved only. Reserved is 24/7. Savings is a particular hours. You can define how many hours you want it. Okay, if you are not running that instance 24/7, you can go for savings plan. We also have spot instances. Spot has a different concept altogether. So, AWS launches an instance according to the configuration we give. We select an instance type. Accordingly, some part of the hardware configuration will be given to an instance. If someone else creates another EC2 instance, some other part, it can be less or more, will be given from the hardware components, right? According to the customer requirement only, AWS is giving launching the instances for us, right? Yes. Now, not all customers will utilize the EC2 instances equally. Utilize means, for example, this assume that this server capacity is of 100 GB of storage. TB, let's assume TB. Okay, there are 10 EC2 instances. They have utilized 98 terabyte of data. Just assume. However, one and the same, they have utilized 98 terabytes of data. There is 2 terabyte, which is not using by anyone, right? In the server. If the server capacity itself is 100 terabyte, there is 2 terabyte, which is not using by any instance. The same way, if I have a host computer, there will be multiple EC2 instances, but there will be some sort of hardware capacity which is left out. You take the Zoom. The Zoom meeting is capable of 100 participants according to the plan which they have taken. But how many we are? So there are underutilization is happening. Means not the whole participants are not utilized here. Only 38. If you take a hall, the hall is of 100, the capacity is of 100 participants, but there are only 40 or 60. So the hall is not completely utilized. The same way, if you have a server and the customers will create multiple EC2 instances according to their requirement, there will be some sort of left out space. Means some sort of hardware capacity, like some compute power, some memory, storage, and network, which will not be used by anyone else. Some left out space. Okay, so AWS will create or will allow us to create an EC2 instance from the left out space, and they call it as spot instances. So unused capacity, the spot instances will be created from an unused capacity of the customers. Now, these spot instances pricing will be keep on varying. It will not be consistent. For example, let's take few scenarios. Let's assume this is festival season. When we say festival, probably let's assume festival, marriages, all are happening in this few months. Now, when you have festivals or marriages, you'll go for shopping, you'll go to malls. When you go to malls, you go to restaurants. And usually in this area, in this time, the number of users would increase. Yes. And when the number of users increases, for example, if you take Amazon shopping, even if you take online shopping, okay, if you go for Amazon shopping, obviously when there is some sort of festivals, there will be an increase in the sales. When there is an increase in the sales, there will be increase in the customers. When there is an increase in the customers, we need to increase the servers accordingly. Yes. Now, if you take Amazon shopping, they're using AWS services. They're using the EC2 instances. Now, during those days, the number of servers will utilize more. Correct. Now, what will happen to the unused capacity? Unused capacity would be less. If customers are utilizing the servers completely, there will be less unused capacity. When there is a less, when you say less, demand high. The price would be high. Okay. Now, if you take a time where you don't have any festivals, no marriages, nothing is happening. Yes, there are a few months like that. So obviously the number of users would decrease, thus the servers. So the number of or the unused capacity would increase at that time. When there is more, there is less demand, the less price. It's one of the parameter, okay, just as an example. Okay, so that is the reason the spot instances pricing is not consistent like the other ones, like on demand or reserved or savings plan. It is not consistent. It depends on a lot of parameters. As an example, I just told you this. Now let's assume I have bought an instance, a spot one for $1. Okay, and this instance is running. Suddenly, the instance price went to $1.2. The instance price went up to $1.2. AWS will terminate the instance from your account with the notification before 2 minutes, and it will give this instance to the customer who can afford this value. This can be you also, even you can bid that. Okay, but if you don't, AWS will terminate the instance and it will give to the customer who can afford this. That means AWS itself is not guaranteeing that if you create a spot instance, it will be there in your account till you want it. Yes, because if the price increases, it will immediately terminate within a notification before 2 minutes. That means AWS itself is not guaranteeing. See, you launch an instance and I can terminate it at any point of time. When I say it's AWS. Because AWS itself is not guaranteeing that it will be there till you want it. It is giving a significant discount up to 90% off. Spot instances will give you cost of up to 90% off when compared to on-demand. For on-demand, if you are paying $10 for an instance, if you go for spot, you will be paying $1. But you can think, what is the point? The spot instances are not at all consistent in my account. It can delete at any point of time, it seems. How would I use this? Believe me, there are a lot of enterprises who are using the spot instance and they're getting benefit of that discount. Okay, now when to use spot instances? What if I have an application and then I want to run that application 24/7 without a single downtime? You cannot use spot instances. You can go for reserved or on demand. Definitely, spot is not for that use case. But what if I want to run some sort of process? Maybe I want to run some sort of batches. I can just have that instance at any point of time. Whenever it is ready, I can run it. And even if it is terminated, it's fine. Okay, what if there is an application which will be running in my account and it will do some sort of analysis? There are servers who are just dedicated for analyzing some data. Okay, now you can use spot instances for that, so that even if that instance is interrupted, the data shouldn't be interrupted as well. It should not interrupt. Okay, so if you can design an application in such a way that even if there is an issue in my instance, or even if my instance is terminated, if you can take care of the data, you can use spot instances. Okay, so you can use instances even if the instance is interrupted. I don't have any issues. For that kind of use cases, you can go for spot instances. Just because of the cost, simple. See, up to 90% is not, it's not less. Yeah, it's a huge discount. Okay, so these spot instances will be created from the unused capacity. If you take an example of a reserved instance, which is of Linux operating system in North Virginia region with A1 medium as instance type. Okay, if you reserve for 1 year, when you say reserve for 1 year, you would be knowing the cost beforehand. AWS will calculate what is the cost for 1 year. Okay, some price, and AWS will give you 3 different payment options. All upfront, where you'll be paying every month. Sorry, where you'll be paying everything upfront, and you will be using for rest of the year. You can also go for partial upfront, where you can pay half of it, for example, and remaining will be in monthly installments. If you say that no, I don't have that kind of money, I just I would pay you only when I get from client. No problem. You can go for no upfront, where you will not be paying anything. Okay, and everything will be under the monthly installments. But reserved itself will give you good discount. On top of it, all upfront will give you the best when compared to partial and no upfront. For example, if you see, this is on demand. If you go for on demand instance, this is the price of it. If you go for reserved, this is the price for all upfront, partial, and no upfront. And this is a discount they're giving. So 41%, 40%, 37%. Okay, so reserved itself will give you discount. On top of it, all upfront will give you the best because you're paying everything upfront. So AWS is passing some savings to you by giving good discount. But Anupama, you said up to 70%? Yeah, I said up to. Okay, it depends on few parameters, as I said. For example, if you take 3-year term, you see the discount. It increased significantly. So one of the parameter is the term also. If you go for 3-year term, yes, you will see good discounts. And of course, as I said, other parameters also included. One of this is this, the term. Okay. Any questions, please?
So the spot instances, I know again, how do we identify that spot instances available? We can use it. And is there any notification as such come to the people who has the account with AWS? If any company plans to use the spot instances, how they schedule and use it?
So you see,
Generally.
you will have an option where you can go to the spot request and you will schedule it here. Okay. So there is nothing like notification and all. If you want it, you can just request it, as simple as that.
Right. And these spot instances can be on any type of instance, right? Like even you can use it for computing or for storage.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yes.
Okay.
It is just depending upon the capacity, right? Hardware configuration is about the capacity. So you can go for any instance type. If it is available, yes, definitely.
Okay.
Now let's talk about 3 different types of IP addresses, which is public, private, and elastic IP address. Okay, after this we'll go for a break. Don't worry. I can feel your exhaustion. So, if I have machines connected together in a network is a collection of machines, okay? If I have machines connected together in a network, machines connected together, these machines can interact with each other using private IP address. Private IP address would be enough for internal communication within the network. Network can be an organization network. You're working in an organization. If your organization network is having multiple machines, they can communicate with each other using private IP address. But if these machines need to access to other networks, internetworks, internet, then these machines must have public IP address. Within the network, private IP address is enough. But if these machines need to access another network in a network 2, then this machine needs to have a public IP address. That is called internet. Okay. So other network means internetwork, other networks. So this public IP address will be used to access the other services outside of your network. Intranetwork, private IP address. Internetwork, public IP address. Okay. In our case also, we created an EC2 instance and we enabled the public IP address of the instance so that we are able to reach this to this instance because it has a public IP address. Okay. You are able to talk to me because your machine is connected with a public IP address. For example, if you want an internet connection, see, everyone is having internet connection. That is the reason we are still interacting, right? So if you want an internet connection, you go to an local internet service provider and you ask for a Wi-Fi connection, yes. And they will come with a router and with a cable. Okay. And to that router, they will connect a cable. Yeah. And you will be connecting your laptop, your mobile phone, your tablet using Wi-Fi. Okay. So what's happening here is the internet service provider is providing a public IP address to this router. Okay. Now this router will be connected. Wired can be there, wireless also can be there. So if it is a wireless, you connect through Wi-Fi. Okay. So you connect through Wi-Fi to the same router from multiple devices. So what happens is you are utilizing, like when you say facebook.com, your request is actually going to the public IP address through internet. Okay. So all the machines are actually using the same IP address to interact to the outside world. How do you check? So you can connect your phone as well as your laptop to the same Wi-Fi connection as you might be having already, maybe later, not now. And you can just go to Google and then you can type what is my IP. Go to google.com and you type what is my IP. And from both the devices, you will get the same IP address. That is your public IP address, which is assigned by the internet service provider. Okay. So that's about the private and public IP address. Now, let's assume I have an EC2 instance, have an application on this, and this application would be accessible from public IP address, but in real time, no one will use IP address directly. They use a domain name, and the client would be accessing this domain name from the browser, from his application or from his browser. Okay. Now assume that the client who is accessing this application, he would be using from 9 AM to 6 PM only. After 6 PM till 9 AM, he would not be using it. So what we can do to save the cost? We can stop our instance. Okay, we can stop our instance. Now, when you stop your instance, the public IP address which the instance is using We'll go back to AWS pool. When an instance is stopped, there will be no public IP address. You can check. Okay, so it will go back to its place, its source. Now, when I start my instance, again, maybe before 9 a.m., not the same, okay? A new public IP address will be assigned to this instance from again AWS pool only, but not the same IP address. Now, if you see here, the new public IP address is assigned or associated to this EC2 instance, but the domain name is still mapping to the old public IP address. Now, before 9 a.m., when you start your instance, you will have a new public IP address, and before the client start using the application, you have to map the new public IP address to this domain name. And you will stop and start your instance every day to save the cost. But every day a new public IP address would be assigned to this EC2 instance, and before everything starts, you need to assign the new public IP address to this domain name. And the client may not be happy with the process of changing the public IP address every day due to security reasons. So what you can do is you can go for an elastic IP address. An elastic IP address is a dedicated public IP address. It's also a public IP address only, but it's a dedicated public IP address. Okay, now when I say a dedicated public IP address, if you create an elastic IP address, you explicitly create it, okay? You don't create with EC2. So you can explicitly create an elastic IP address, and this IP address will be there in your account within that region until unless you release it. You release to AWS pool. Okay, otherwise it will be there in your account. Okay, so you can explicitly create an elastic with a dedicated public IP address and associate this new elastic IP address to this instance, and you can map this IP address to this domain name, so that even if you stop your instance, the IP address will be with the instance only. Okay, so you can solve it by having an elastic IP address. But elastic IP address will cost you in a different way, okay? Once you create an elastic IP address, you have to use it. If you're not using it after creating, AWS will cost you like this. So from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Okay. You're using an EC2 instance. Yes, the client would be running that instance. So you will be paying for EC2. Your instance will be running. And you're using the elastic IP address. So as I said, once you create an elastic IP address, you have to use it. Okay. So you're using it, so there is no cost. From 6 p.m. to 9 a.m. So to save the cost, what you will do, you will stop your instance. So there will be no cost for that instance. But you are not using an elastic IP address, so there will be a cost for elastic IP address. Okay, so elastic IP address will cost in a different way. You use it, it will not cost you. You will not use it, it will cost you. Now you can ask me, Anupama, in this time I'm paying to EC2, in this time I'm paying to EC2, and in this time I'm paying to elastic IP address. But at any point of time, I'm paying to some components. But what I would say is the elastic IP address cost would be very less when compared to the instance running cost. Instead of keeping this instance running all the time, 24/7, you can stop it to stop the instance cost. You can just pay for the elastic IP address cost, which will be very less. First point in terms of cost. But the second thing is the customer satisfaction is also equally important to you. He may just leave your company. Your client may leave you if you are not taking security measures, if there is a breach. Okay. So that's about the public, private, and elastic IP address. Any questions, please, before we go for a break? Any questions?
So would there be any format changes in the IP addresses? Anu, or all the addresses will be the same format?
Can you please elaborate, Chitra? What format you're
It's
talking
like,
about?
yeah, the IP address numbering. We use 3-digit to, I don't remember that is calling domain,
Anupama, I
subdomain,
think
and
she is talking
subnet.
about
IPv4 and
classes of IP
IPv6.
address.
I want Chitra to answer here. I'm aware of it.
Sorry, I can't tell you now because I'm
That's
Sorry.
fine. That's
far,
fine,
far
Chitra.
away to
No,
my
no, no.
networking knowledge now. So
That's okay.
just
That's
asking
okay.
in general, yeah, how the look will be for a elastic IP address.
So I wanted to confirm that are you asking this like whatever you're looking for, is it about IPv4 or IPv6, or are you trying to answer, like ask a different question? So just sort of getting from you only. Okay, that's fine. So yes, IPv4 and IPv6. So whatever the IP address you created, that will be changed if it is IPv4. So the stopping and starting will be, the IP address will be refreshed, which is of IPv4 only. Okay, so there are two types of IP addresses. One is IPv4, the fourth version of the internet protocol, IPv6, the sixth version of the internet protocol. Okay, so the one which we spoke is about IPv4. Okay, Chitra?
Yes, yeah, no, thank you.
Okay, okay. Any other questions? Okay, looks like no questions. So shall we go for a break then? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll go for a break and we'll continue from there. Yeah. So let me share my screen. And happy break, guys. Yep. I'll open a timer of, yes, 30 minutes. You guys can go for dinner and come back. Happy break. Hi, is everyone back? Okay, cool. Now let's continue this EC2. We have not yet right. Okay, 1 second. So I'll share my screen. Okay, cool. So that's about the public, private, and elastic IP address. Now let's understand the life cycle of an EC2 instance. So the life cycle of an instance starts when you launch an instance and ends when you terminate your instance. Okay, in between we have multiple states. For example, stop. Okay, so stop and start your instance. First of all, we can stop only an EBS-backed EC2 instance. An instance store cannot be stopped, right? Now, when you stop your instance, what happens exactly? So first of all, you will not get charged for the instance running cost. And the instance would be, the instance state of that instance would be moving from stopping to stopped. Okay, and we also just learned that when we stop your instance, the public IP address which the instance is using will be refreshed every time you stop and start. But the private IP address or IPv6 will be unchanged. Okay. And we also learned that the RAM which the instance is using will be deleted. Okay, but if we go for stop or hibernate, it is very much same as stop only, but it is just that it will store the RAM, the memory. Okay. So if you want to go for stop hibernate, the root volume should be encrypted. And when you say stop hibernate, the RAM which the instance is using will be moved to the volume by the time it is stopped. And when you start the volume, the RAM which in the volume will be loaded back to the memory, so that the instance will be just resumed. Okay. We also have reboot. So reboot is very much similar as restarting your instance. When you restart your instance, it will not impact your IP address, your public, private, elastic. Okay, and in fact, nothing is gonna change if you restart your instance. So usually AWS will restart or reboot your instance for any necessary maintenance. So if AWS is restarting, it shouldn't impact the customer, right? So it's not impacting as well. Okay. And finally, we have terminate your instance. Terminating means when you no longer in an instance, you can terminate your instance. And in this time also, you will stop incurring charges for that instance. Okay. Now let's understand another component or a feature, which is placement groups. So placement groups are the logical grouping of your EC2 instances. If you have hundreds of instances, we can logically group them using placement groups. So we do have different placement groups like using cluster or partition or a spread. Now let's understand these placement groups with few examples. Okay, so let's assume I have 9 instances having the same application. 9 instances having the same application. If I choose cluster placement group, all these 9 instances will be on a single hardware. Now, when I say single hardware, we know, right? So hardware, an operating system, a virtualization layer, and virtual machines. And you will have 9 virtual machines on a single hardware. So if you choose placement groups, all the instances will be on a single hardware. If you go for partition, these instances will be divided into different parts or different partitions, depending upon the partition number you give. If I give 3, these 9 instances will be divided into 3 different partitions, and each partition will be on different hardware. If we go for spread, each instance will be on different hardware. Each instance, if I have 9 instances, each instance will be on different hardware. If a hardware fails here, you have 8 by 9 instances which are running. If a hardware fails here, you have 2 by 3 instances which are running. And if this hardware fails, all the instances who is used by the users would fail. Okay, and the users will face the downtime. So you have high availability in the spread placement group, and you have least in the cluster placement group. Okay, because if this hardware fails, it impacts all the customers who is using this application. But if you go for spread, each instance will be on different hardware. So you'll have great availability in spread. But you will have great network performance in the cluster placement group. When I said network performance, these machines are very much on the same hardware. They can communicate with each other with a great network. With great speed within the network. So you will have good network performance in cluster, and you will have the least in spread, because each instance will be on a different hardware. So the network performance between the instances would be less, or the least would be in spread. Whereas partition will actually take 50-50. It has a certain kind of availability. It has a certain kind of network performance as well. When to choose what? It depends. Whether you are going for a high availability, you can go for spread. Okay. Network performance, I will go for other backup. I'll do something else, but high availability is my priority. You can go for spread placement group. No. Network performance is my priority. That's fine. If it fails, I'll go for a backup plan. But performance is important to me. Then yes, you can go for cluster placement group. Okay. And coming to the partition, if you want a combination of high availability as well as a network performance, then you can go for partition. Okay. Now, when I say different hardwares, so for example, if you say cluster, you'll have only one hardware. That means it can be in only one availability zone. There is no option, because only one hardware. No, it's like one server. But if you go for partitions, you can divide into different availability zones. Here it is showing as one, but yes. But even here, each server can be in different availability zones. Not a problem. Yeah. So let me see a question. One availability zone is generally confined to one geography. No ARC. Aditya, we have discussed, right,
Yes.
in the first session itself. Regions comprises of availability zones.
Okay. Sorry.
So region is a geographical area.
Okay.
Next, we have security group. So security group is a firewall for our EC2 instance. If I have an EC2 instance, please understand there are few things which you need to understand in little detail. Okay. You have a security group. Okay. So security group is a firewall for our EC2 instance. So this security group is a firewall, will evaluate who can access our EC2 instance, what is the IP address, whether it is allowed in the security group or not. It evaluates who can access the EC2 instance through which protocol or which user. And these security groups are stateful. Okay. So when I say stateful, that means, let's assume I opened SH protocol in the security groups. Okay. So now I can, from my git bash, I can run a command sh-i, the PEM file, Ubuntu, for example, it's Ubuntu at the public IP address. So what happens when I just say enter? It makes a request to the EC2 instance. So when I make a request, if you see in terms of EC2, it's coming to EC2, it's incoming to EC2. So it's an inbound. Okay. Now, obviously, when someone is making a request, it has to respond. So obviously, if it is having necessary permissions, it will respond. If you see in terms of EC2, it's going out from EC2. So it's an outbound. If it's coming to EC2, if a request is coming to EC2, it's an inbound. If a request going from EC2, it's an outbound. Okay. Now, in security groups, you will have inbound as well as outbound. Okay. Now, if you open in the inbound, if you open SSH protocol in the outbound, You need not explicitly open in the outbound. It automatically remembers. So that is called stateful because it is remembering the outbound, or it automatically opens for outbound. That is called statefulness. Okay, so what is stateful? If you allow some rules in inbound, it also allows outbound automatically. So if you remember in the last hands-on, like when I say last, in the last week hands-on, we initially launched an EC2 instance with only SSH protocol. And then when we install the Apache, we are not able to access this Apache from a browser because it doesn't have HTTP protocol open. This instance is not having HTTP protocol. Okay, now I went to the instance security group and I added this HTTP protocol in the inbound only. Because I know that if you allow an inbound, it remembers the outbound. Okay, so that is called statefulness. And security groups will only allow rules. Means if I want to allow this machine to access my instance, okay, if I want only this machine to access my instance, I would add in inbound rule saying that SH protocol a TCP type 422, okay, source is 1.2.3.4, and I'll have some description. Okay, I'll add a rule this way. Now when I add this rule, what does it mean? I am allowing only the machine which has this IP address to access my instance. Now, when I say I allow only this, that means indirectly or implicitly, I am denying all other IP addresses except this. Yes, that can be true, or that is true. Okay, now when I say add this protocol, that means I am allowing only to this IP address. Means implicitly, all other IP addresses except Win are denied. It's an implicit deny. It's an implicit means if I'm allowing only one, others are denied. But I'm not just saying that. So if I'm not saying, it's an implicit. Okay, but let's assume to this instance, I am getting another request from this instance, from this local machine, but this is not a legal or expected request. Okay, so that this machine is trying to access to this EC2 instance unauthorized, and I got to know that I got to know the IP address of this. Now, can I explicitly deny this IP address in the security group rules? No. As I said, we can only allow it. We cannot explicitly deny it. No explicit deny. There is an implicit deny, but explicitly I cannot deny it. It's something like this. Let's assume it's an offline training. You guys all came to my session. Okay. Now, where I assume that usually I will not allow to learners to my class if they are late. Okay, and there are 5 learners who are late to my class, out of which one is having a genuine reason why he's late, he or she. I said, only you are allowed. So what does it mean? When I say only you are allowed, I'm indirectly saying that the others are denied. So that means I'm using an implicit deny. I'm not explicitly saying it. I'm just saying you are only allowed. I'm just saying that you are only allowed. So what does it mean? All other IP addresses, including this, are implicitly denied. But explicitly, I cannot point out the other 4 members and say you are not allowed or you are denied. I cannot say that. Probably I'm shy. Or maybe that's not my style. Security groups are also the same. They cannot explicitly deny it. But if it is allowing something, obviously there is an implicit deny for all other IP addresses. Okay. So you can just go to the recording for second time to understand in a better way. Yeah. Now coming to the key pair. So key pair is a combination of
Anup, did
public
you
and
say
private
1
key.
and 2 on the security group? Sorry, I missed that part. If
Sorry?
you already covered the 1 and 2 security group, because you were saying 3 and 4 as
Yeah, one is a
stateful
security
and
group is a firewall. First point is security group is a firewall for our EC2 instance. Second point is security group will evaluate who can access the EC2 instance. Simple.
Okay.
Yeah. Simple statements. Now coming to the key pair is a combination of public and private key. So we discussed already key pairs. Okay, it's a pair of keys. So public key will be with AWS, private key will be with the customer. AWS will encrypt a piece of data called password. We decrypt it with the help of private key in order to connect to our EC2 instance. So in order to connect to EC2 instance from your local machine, you have to have a key pair. Okay. Now is the right time to explain you what if you lose a key pair. One way is, I can explain one. So let's assume I have a key pair x.pair. Now my instance is having an application and I lost it. If you lost it, you may access this application through different protocols like HTTPS or HTTP. But you cannot connect to this machine which has this application. You cannot connect it. So what you can do is, you can take an image. If you remember, while we are taking an image, it doesn't ask any key pair. You can take an image. Because this is having application, the AMI will also have application. And from this image, I can create an EC2 instance. Because the AMI is having the application, the instance will have the application. Now, while you are creating an EC2 instance from this AMI, you define a new PEM file. You can just connect to this instance using this PEM file and you can work as it usually. And you can terminate this instance because you are not able to connect to this. Okay. So if you lose a key pair, yes, there is a way where you can get that instance back. Yeah. Any questions, please?
Madam, could you just repeat that? I lost that due to network hang. How to recover?
Create an image and create an EC2 instance out of it with a new PEM file.
Got it.
Yeah, just create an image. While creating an image, it doesn't ask key pair. So you create another EC2 instance. At that time, you launch and create a new PEM file.
Hello, ma'am. Anish this side actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, ma'am. As you told now, placement group. About the placement group, cluster partition is separate. How can identify our machine inside the air in a which zone, like as a it is in a separate zone or public zone, so partition zone.
So in instances, you will have an option. If you go to the instance while you are launching an instance, you will have an option where you can choose a placement group. Okay.
Okay.
So we have not created any placement group. So if you create a placement group, then you can see that whether that instance is in which placement group. Okay, because this is also an out of scope topic in detail, because in SysOps you do a hands-on. But in solutions architect, you just introduce the topic. Okay, so there is a concept called placement group. It's a logical grouping of an instance, and there are 3 types. What are they? How they work? That's it. Now let's talk about another service, or basically it's a volume. Okay. So let me complete this topic and then the remaining time I'll give you for hands-on. Okay. So EBS stands for Elastic Block Store. We know, right? It's a volume for our EC2 instance. Okay. Now I explicitly talk about the data volumes, not the root volume, because root volume should be there when you have an instance. I cannot play around with the root volume. Okay. So I'm explicitly talking about the data volume, but both, see, EBS can be root. It can be data also. Means you can have an EBS type for root volume. You can have an EBS type for data volume also. So root volume, what is the difference between root volume and data volume? Root volume it's like a C drive. You'll have all the operating system files. Data volume is like a D, E, F drives. Okay. So in simple terms, a root volume will have the operating system files, applications, libraries, and all, whereas the data volumes will have the data, application data. Okay. Now, when let me just launch an instance and show you. I'm just giving it as EBS because we're talking about EBS. Just choose one AMI. It doesn't matter what happens in the AMI. I'll go for T2 micro and I'll proceed with a key pair. That's fine. Yep, I don't need it now. So I'll choose an I'll not connect it, so I'll just remove all the protocols. Now coming to this storage, because we are explicitly talking about an EBS volumes, okay? Now, if you remember in the last session, I told that, last week sessions, I've told that this is a root volume and you can add data volumes also, okay? And we can remove the data volume, but you cannot remove the root volume because without a root volume, an instance doesn't exist. Yeah. So what we will do now, if you want to add a data volume, let's try to, understand about data volumes because we cannot do much with the root volume, as I said. So if you want to add a data volume, very simple, you can just click on add a new volume and you can just define how much volume size you want it and all of the parameters. Okay. And we also understood that for the data volumes, the delete on termination is no. That means when you terminate your instance, the data volume will not be deleted because it's saying as no. But for the root volumes, it will be deleted. It is as yes. Okay. Now, if you want to add a data volume, you just have to click on add volume. That's it. Now, we can add a data volume of while launching an instance. Like I just click on add new volume like I did. Or we can add, attach a new volume or data volume after launching an instance also. So we can do while launching, we can do after launching. So while launching, you just have to click on add volume and then you just need to define it. That's it. You can launch it. 2 volumes would be created. But let me show you the later part. So I'll just remove the data volumes now. I'll stick with only root volume. And after launching an instance, I'll show you how to attach a data volume to the existing instance. Okay. Now we know that the instance would be seen under the instances and the volume of that instance will be seen under the volumes under the Elastic Block Store. Okay. And we do have one volume, which is okay. Now, in order to add a data volume, you have to just click on create volume. And here you can choose what kind of volume type you wanted. Okay. I'll stick with the SSD GB2, which is a size of 100 GB, but I'll go with 1 GB. Okay.
Anu, your voice has gone down.
Now
Yes, okay.
it's good now. Okay. So, we'll create a 1 second, please. 1 second. Let me just check if the instance is running properly. The volume. Okay. Now let me create a volume. Okay. Go into the EBS volumes and create a volume. I'll stick with the general purpose GP2 SSD volume, and I'll go with 1 GB of volume size. Okay. I will go with the default availability zone, and I'm not selecting any snapshot because I want a clean volume which doesn't have any data. Okay. And I can encrypt my volume if I want it, and I can just add a tag. Okay. I would say it as test. I can create a volume. Okay. Now that a volume is created, which is of test, and if you can see here, while I'm creating a volume, I haven't selected any EC2 instance, right? I haven't selected any instance. That means this volume is yet to be attached to an instance. But how do I know? If I scroll right and if I just refresh and you see the volume state, so the root volume which the instance is using, which of 8 GB, it is in use. That means it is using by the instance. It is in use. But you see the data volume which I've created, it is in available state. That means this volume is yet to be attached. So how do we attach? Select that volume, go to actions and attach volume. Okay. Now, if I just click on the instance, I should be able to see the instance, but it is saying no matching running or stopped instances in 1A. So it is looking for an instance in 1A because the volume is created in 1A. Okay, so if you see here, this volume is created in 1A, but where is the instance is created? The instance is created in 1E. Okay, so now that brings to my first point. If you want to attach a volume to an EC2 instance, your instance, whereas your EBS volume must be in the same availability zone. I explicitly created in a different availability zone to show you that it is not possible because EBS is AZ specific. If it is created in one availability zone, it can be attached to the instances only in that availability zone. But my instance is in 1E. The root volume is also in 1E. So in order to attach it, they have to be in the same availability zones. Okay. Now that by mistake I created a different availability zone, assume. Okay, just assume that I have created a different availability zone, not in my instance, in real time. Will I be able to change the availability zone of my EBS volume? You cannot change the AZ of an EBS volume once it is created. Guys, you please write this point somewhere because tomorrow again we will talk about these points to compare with other services. Okay? So once we create an EBS volume in a specific availability zone, we cannot change it. So what needs to be done? There is no way. So what we will do is we will delete it and create a new volume. This time we will make sure that we are creating this volume in 1E only. Okay. So let me create a volume now. And this time I'll go with 2 GB. And I'll go for 1E. And I will add a tag. This time I will say data volume. Okay. Now that I have created this data volume in the same availability zone of my instance, it's in available state. Let me go and attach it. And now it should be showing me an instance ID, something like this. And then I can attach my volume. Okay. Now that I have created a volume and I have attached it, but my volume is of 2 GB, which initially I'm okay with 2 GB of volume, so I have a limited data, but over a period of time, my data is actually increasing and I need more capacity. So one way is you can create another volume and you can attach it to that instance. Yes, I can create multiple volumes and I can attach it. But I can modify the existing volume size also. So how do we do it? Select the volume, go to actions, modify volume. Okay. And you can not only modify the volume size, you can also modify the volume type. So initially I'm going with GP2, maybe I want to go for a provisioned ones or a better IOPS. Yes, you can. Okay. So you can modify once an EBS volume is created, you can modify a volume size and also the volume type. Okay. Now, if you see the volume size, I created a volume already with 2 GB. Now I can just increase it to 3 GB. But will I be able to decrease it to 1 GB? No. Once a volume is created with a certain capacity, it can only be increased. It cannot be decreased. So, yes, we can modify the volume size, but the volume size can only be increased. It cannot be decreased. Okay. So I'll go with 3 GB of volume size and I'll just click on modify. And last to confirm it, I'll confirm it. And you can see here now, you are seeing it as 3. But if you scroll right, it is saying in use modifying, means at the, even though it is showing as 3 GB, but at the back end, it is modifying at the hardware level. Okay, so now it is 99%, and within no time it will be in use like the root volume, like in green color, yes, color. Okay, now let's assume, I'll answer questions, guys. Just hold on, I'll see the chat at the end. Now let's assume I have an EC2 instance, 2 EC2 instances in 1A, okay? And I have an EBS volume for one instance, okay? See, when I say instance, it comes with the root volume. This volume is a data volume. Okay? Now, let's assume this instance is using an EBS volume. Now, I want to use this volume from this instance also. I want to use this volume from the second instance also. I cannot use this EBS volume from both the instances at the same time because EBS is a dedicated volume. Oh, sorry. It's a dedicated volume. Means you cannot access this EBS volume from both the instances at the same time. Okay. In order to access this EBS volume from the second instance, you have to detach this instance, detach this volume from this instance. Like how we attach, we can also detach it. Okay. And once we detach it, we can attach to this EC2 instance. Now, this EBS volume can be accessible only from the second instance, not from first. So at any point of time, an EBS can be attached to only one instance at a time. By default, EBS is a dedicated volume, but there is a new feature which is called as EBS multi-attach, where an EBS volume can be accessible from multiple instances, like maximum 16 instances. Okay. So to access this EBS volume, so 16 instances can access this EBS volume at the same time. Okay. So 16 is one of the thing which is the maximum limit of the instances can access one EBS volume. Second thing is these instances must be of a Linux workloads of Linux operating system. Third thing is these instances must be built on Nitro enclaves, a special type of hardware. Okay, if you are interested, you can explore in the documentation what is Nitro enclaves. Okay. And these instances must be in a same availability zone. Must be in a same availability zone of your EBS volume. Okay. So by default, EBS is a dedicated volume. It can be accessible only from one instance at a time. But if you want to access an EBS volume from multiple instances, you need to go for EBS multi-attach, where this EBS volume can be accessible from maximum of 16 instances and must be of Linux workloads. And this instance must be built on Nitro enclaves, and all these instances belongs to one availability zone of the EBS volumes. If EBS is in 1A, all the 19 instances must be in 1A only. And another thing related to EBS is these EBS volumes must be of provisioned IOPS SSD volumes. Okay, so here you have provisioned IOPS. So only these volume types are supported. If you want to go for multi-attach, you have to satisfy all these things. There might be few other extra, but mainly this. Okay, otherwise EBS is a dedicated volume.
Even the dedicated ones, we can't shift, isn't it, between instances? If not the same time we are using, later point, can we shift the remaining free volume for the another instance?
Yes, this explained, Noma. If you want to access it, you can detach and attach to a new instance.
What happened to the data what we stored till that point before we detach?
It will be there. See, why I want to detach and attach to this instance? Because I want to access the data in this EBS volume. It will be there. We are not cleaning up.
Okay.
See, why, if that is the case, why I want to detach and attach to this instance? I can just create a new volume, right? If it is a clean one. Correct, right, Shruti? Sorry, Chitra.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. So if I want to access the same EBS volume from the second instance, when I say same, that means it has some data and I want to access from this instance. That's what I mean.
I was thinking of utilizing the free space in the volume.
That means what? The data is there already.
Some data. Yeah.
It can be of any case. The data would be there.
Right. Okay.
Now, what if I have two instances in two different availability zones this time, and I have an EBS volume for the first instance, and I want to access this EBS volume from the second instance? Can I detach and attach to this instance? Hello, yes or no?
Yes.
No, I got yes also. Why yes? Why no?
Are they from the same EZ?
Those are not from the same zone. So we cannot
Yes,
attach.
So
yes.
why no? Because it is contradicting our first statements. First statement. Your volume as well as your instance must be in the same availability zone. Then only we can use this volume to a next instance or other instance. But if they're in different availability zones, even if we can detach, I cannot attach to this instance. We have seen that explicitly. But what if I say, I understand for high availability, I created my instance into different availabilities. But what if I want to access this data which in volume from the second instance also? So definitely you cannot access this EBS volume from the instance which in different availability zone. But there is a way where you can take a backup of this volume explicitly, which is like a snapshot. EBS is AZ specific. We have seen that, but snapshot is region specific. The snapshot is available in all availability zones within that region. Okay, the volume is AZ specific, but the region is region specific. It is available if I have 6 availability zones. Okay, the snapshot is available in all availability zones. So I can take a snapshot and I can create a volume from this snapshot in whichever availability zone I wanted, and I can attach it. Now, while I'm creating a volume, of course, I specify the which AZ I want to create it. And then I will create in the same availability zone of my instance, and I will attach it. So now there are 2 volumes of having the same data. Okay. So we have created an instance, we have created a volume, and we have attached them, right? We did so far, we did all these things so far, right? Now what we will do, we'll try to create a snapshot. We'll try to create a snapshot from this EBS volume. We will launch an EC2 instance in 1B. And we will create a volume from this snapshot in 1B. And we will attach it. Okay, first of all, I have to have 2 instances, right? So I already have in 1E, right? Now I'll take a snapshot of this EBS volume, my first step. I'll create or I'll launch an instance in 1B. And from this snapshot, I will create a volume in the same availability zone of my instance. Then I can attach it. Understood what we're going to do?
Yes.
So this is the data volume. Let me select this volume, go to actions, create a snapshot. And I can just say it as a snapshot as a description itself. Okay. And I can add a tag and I would say data volume snapshot. Okay. And I'll create a snapshot. Now the snapshot which we create, see, we can explicitly create a backup of the volume, which is called a snapshot. Okay. So I can create a snapshot and that snapshot will be here. And I can select that volume. I'm sorry, I can select that snapshot. Okay. And if you see here you will not see any availability zone because the snapshot is region specific. Okay. Now that we took a snapshot, now let me go to the instances. I launch instances. I'll click on launch instances. And I would say 1B instance because I'm creating in 1B. I'll choose an Ubuntu 1, a T2 micro. I'll proceed without a key pair. And here I will choose 1B. Okay, so in the network settings, I'll go to advanced and I'll go to subnet and here I'll choose 1B. Okay. And I can launch my instance. So now I'm launching my instance in 1B availability zone. Okay. Now let me create a volume in 1B from the snapshot. So now my instance is ready. Yeah, it's in ready. It's in 1B. Now let me go to snapshots. Set the snapshot and create a volume from the snapshot. Okay. So this time I will go for 1B and I will add a tag and I would say 1B data. Okay. Now if we go to volumes, I will have 4 volumes now. One is these first two are 1E root volume, data volume. The next two are 1B root volume and data volume. Okay. Now an instance, while I launch an instance, the root volume is automatically created. I explicitly created a data volume. This third step, I created a volume from this snapshot. Now the last step is attaching a volume to this instance. We know very well, right? We did also already for the previous instance. So select the volume, go to actions and attach volume. And I will select this instance here. And I will attach volume. Okay. So let me see the questions.
Now both the volumes, same volume used in 2 places.
Means?
I mean, 1A and 1B using the same volume. I mean, one you take it as a snapshot and you attach it to the 1B.
Correct.
And in the 1A volume will be same.
In 1E?
1E also volume will be there.
Yes.
Same volume.
This volume? Yes.
Same volume. Okay. Okay.
Same data. 2 volumes,
Yes.
same data.
Same data. Okay.
Because when you take a snapshot, it means the backup of that volume. Whatever the data here will be here also.
Got it.
What if there are multiple instances? How to attach a specific instance? I spoke about the multi-attach already. Attach with specific name of that instance. Yes, you can attach it. Can we attach one volume to multiple instances? I think I answered this already. Can this volume be attached to more than one instance of the same AC? Again, I answered this using multi-attach. You see, I already answered before you asked a question. So no, because not in same zone. Okay. What we do if we need EBS across regions possible? EBS is AC specific. You need to use within an availability zone. Okay. If you want it in regions, as I said, you can take a snapshot. Okay. Snapshot is region specific. Now you want this snapshot in region 2. Copy. Like you copy AMI, you copy snapshot. Now, once you copy a snapshot in region 2, you create a volume in this region, in some availability zone. Okay. Is there any size limit to take a snapshot? See, EBS will have some capacity. Okay, so you cannot create EBS volumes with unlimited capacity. There will be some capacity, 1024 GB or, So if according to that limit only, you can create a snapshot. Yeah.
And all these snapshots, root volumes, data volumes, everything all together should be below 30 GB, isn't it? To apply under free tier.
EBS volumes should be under 30 GB. Snapshots will be stored in S3. For S3, you have 5 GB of limit.
Yeah, sorry.
I don't understand why you're worrying about this, because this has been asked multiple times. See, now I created 2 instances. When I say instance, it comes with the root volumes. Now I created 2 EBS volumes, data volumes, each of 3. Okay, I created a snapshot of 3. Okay, so what is the capacity? 8 plus 8, 16, and then 6. 20, 2. We have 30 GB now. Ignore, right? See, free tier, you will see this free tier only while you're in this training, okay? But you need to concentrate on the concept and how do you work in real time. See, whatever we do under free tier only. So don't worry about that. So make sure you do give only the same values which I have given. Please, guys, that's fine, Chitra. Guys, I don't want to listen any kind of these limits again, explicitly this EBS and S3. We will do under free tier only, okay? I want you to concentrate on concept. That's my whole intention. Yeah. Any other questions before we go for cleanup? So let's terminate the instances. Now my question to you is, if I terminate my instances, see, there are 2 instances. Each instance is having 2 volumes. Means 4 volumes are there, right? Now, if I terminate my instances, what will happen to the volumes? I want everyone to participate in this question, okay? This is how the interview questions will be there. Anupama, can I have some interview questions? Whatever I'm asking here, what I'm explaining, these are all interview questions only.
Root volume will be deleted, data volume will remain same. We have to delete manually.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Let me get answers from others also, yeah.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I think it depends on the delete on protection.
So what we did, ma, by default, what happened? So did I change anything?
No.
No, then what? Then what is the answer?
So it should be deleting both.
Both the volumes, okay?
Yeah.
So I'm getting different answers. Root volume remains, all volumes remains. Root volume will be deleted, data volume will be there. Okay. Now, the question can be like this. When I terminate my instances, assume that there is an instance and that instance is having one root volume and data volume. Now, when I terminate my instance, by default, what will happen? When I say by, I use the term by default because I haven't customized it. If I don't customize, what will be the result? Okay, now before I show you the volumes, let me show you what is there. So for the root volumes, the delete on termination is yes. Means the volume will be deleted because I said yes on terminating the instance. The root volumes will be deleted. You see the data volumes? The delete on termination is no. Means the volume will not be deleted on terminating the instance by default. Now, let me ask the question again. If I terminate these instances, what will happen to the volumes?
It will not delete.
Delete what?
I mean, it will only delete the root file.
So it will delete the root volumes, but the data volumes would be there.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I just do this, I have 4, right? Because I just want to refresh it. You see, the data volumes are there, the root volumes are deleted. And these data volumes got detached from that instance and they are available in state. Okay, I need to explicitly delete them. So when you are doing the cleanup, when you are doing the hands-on, make sure you delete the volumes explicitly. Okay.
Okay.
So you can start doing the hands-on and let me show you. So I think I explained about it is whatever it is in the EBS also. Let me show you how to do the assignment first, and then I'll give the remaining time for you to do the EC2 hands-on and EBS. Okay. And if you couldn't complete it within 11:30, what you can do is you can continue tomorrow in the morning or during the weekdays. Okay. So let me share one of the assignment which one of my learners has done. She did really well. So I just wanted to show you that, okay? So few people have already shared the assignment without knowing. I mean, I've explicitly told them that I will be showing how to create an assignment, but probably I don't know why they have created. But anyways, but that's not the way. But that's not the way to create it. I want you to create again and send it to me. Yeah. Now, first thing is creating, just explaining about EC2, what exactly is EC2, and then going to the EC2 dashboard, and then selecting an AMI, selecting an instance type, selecting the configurations, the storage part. So this is an old model, but don't worry about it. So you can just select each and see when you are modifying something, okay, or when you are selecting something, you can just take a screenshot of that and you explain about that screenshot. Minimum 2 lines, okay, and maximum it's completely up to you. Now what I suggest is you do take a screenshot and you just explain whatever you understood. In this way, what happens is in future, if you wanted to revise any one of the surveys which you have already done as an assignment, it will be easy for you to understand about this, because maybe after a few months, if you just look into it, you should be able to understand. Okay, so you create an assignment for yourself, not for me. Okay, see what I will do with your assignments. I'll be keeping in a folder. I will note it down so that I will allow you to get the certificate from SAR Agile, like IBM certificate. Correct. But why I'm asking you to create assignments? So that it will be helpful for you later. Will you come and see the whole recording for one service to understand? Again, no. Okay, so whatever the slides, like which I'm covering in the class, you will have the presentations, you have that material already in the slides in the Google Drive. The labs, you will have it in assignments, so that it will be handy for you whenever you want to look into that service. Okay, so please create an assignment for yourself. Keep your energies, please. That will be very helpful. Yeah. So one screenshot with some explanation of it. And when I say, okay, because I need to explain it a lot, I will reduce my screenshots. No way. Okay, you need to add each and every screenshot of each and every topic, like the AMIs, instance type, the storage, tag, security groups, and all. And we will explain about it. Key pairs also. Okay, so once you launch it, you can show this the instance wizard, and then how to connect to an instance using a git bash, and take the public IP address and run these commands. Run the commands, connect to this instance, install Apache, and then access this Apache from a browser. And then take an image. Now we covered, right? So today we covered creating an image also. So create an image, give a name, and click on create image. And you can see the image here. Select that image and create an instance out of it. Okay, so you're selecting this image here and creating a second instance, and you take the second instance public IP address and keep it in the browser and show me the output. Okay, so however I've shown you that the way you do the hands-on, in the same way you need to keep your screenshots with some explanation, and you cannot miss this cleanup process. Okay, so one thing is, if you do this cleanup process, like you are terminating the instances, or you can just simply show that the instances are terminated, there are no volumes. If you show this way, you and I will have that kind of a confirmation that you have done the cleanup. Okay, so you have mentioned this cleanup process. That means, okay, you are very much sure that you have cleaned up everything. Even I will also be knowing it by seeing your assignment. So to avoid the cost, okay. So cleanup is important, very important. This is the AMI, delete the snapshot. Okay, so you have to do the assignment what we have covered in the class. Okay, including the treasure hunts and the lab challenge. So if you have shared only the lab challenge and treasure hunt, no, that's not what I want. If you see the lab document clearly, I mentioned, let me share, share that also. 1 second, please. So this is the first step, what we did in the last week. And then today we have created an AMI, created another instance, cleanup process. Okay. So this I have shown you how to create an assignment, and this treasure hunt and lab challenge also should be there in the same document. Okay. And once you're done, you need to share this lab to my email address with this subject line. What I suggest is please tell that you are from Star Agile in the email so that I can add to that particular folder, because I do have learners from different academies. So please mention that you are from Star Agile. Okay, so and make sure you have this naming convention, and please share this document in PDF format, not in Word. Okay, you do it in Word, you create a Word document, you do it, and then share me in an uneditable format, which is PDF. In PDF, I cannot edit, right? So convert into PDF. You can go file, save as, and then PDF, and you share the PDF format of your lab. Okay, so whatever the steps which are there in the lab, this one, excuse me, treasure hunt, if it is lab challenge, everything should be there in the document. Everything should be there in the assignment which you are sharing. Okay. Any questions, please?
So no, the assignment starts from this week work onwards, right?
Correct. Yes, yes, ma. So it's like this. Tomorrow also we will do some hands-on. Today also we did. Yesterday, last week, I couldn't complete it because of the number of participants. So usually it completes in the first week only, so that I can give time for it. But now what happened is you need to do the EC2. We have completed the EBS also. So EBS also you need to do another assignment. It's lab 2. And tomorrow we will cover another service, which is EFS and also S3. So you will have almost 3 assignments for tomorrow, for the next weeks. Okay. So every time we do some hands-on this weekend, you need to submit by next weekend. You'll have almost 5 days time in between. So by next Saturday, it should be there in my mailbox. Clear? Yes. So Rohit, tomorrow's topic is EFS and S3.
Madam, I'm not understanding that treasure hunt. Find out where we can find.
Treasure hunts. You need to explore, Santosh. I cannot tell you anything.
I don't know.
I said, Santosh, one thing. See, whenever you see something like a new thing, as I said, the first thing you just check whether you know it or not. Second step is checking in the internet. Third step is checking in your WhatsApp group. Fourth step, you come to me. Because I can just say in simple line, the answer is revealed, but I want you to explore it, please. That means by next weekend, we have to complete 3 assignments. Yes. So for S3, you don't have an assignment, you just have a practice. So there is no assignment for S3. So yes, 3 is assignments. EC2, EBS, which we have covered today. And tomorrow we'll cover EFS. That's it, 3. So now I'll create a rooms so that you guys can practice for almost 45 minutes. For the last 5 minutes, I'll just pull everyone and I'll ask to go for cleanup. And if you have any pending thing, you can do it, as I said, tomorrow morning or on the weekdays. Okay. And again, in between, like by the time I close the call. If you have any questions, please call for help. I will support you to complete the lab. So try to complete at least one lab. See what is happening, guys. Usually the time would be sufficient, but we are also discussing a lot of things. So that is the reason I couldn't give time for you explicitly to practice in the class. Okay, but I'll make sure that at least I give some time. I'll try my best. Yeah.
Actually, I raised one doubt in the beginning of the session, like I'm not able
Please.
to terminate the instance what we create. I created in the last session. Can you help on this to remove that terminate that instance?
Go ahead, please.
Shall I share?
Kamala Kanan, give me one
Yeah,
moment. I will keep you in a main room and I'll just move everyone to the breakout room so that they will work on their own things. Okay?
Okay.
And even though I move to your room, I'll just pull you back. Okay? Don't worry about that. Yeah?
Okay.
Kamala Kanan. Yeah. Guys, please refer the Google Drive link for lab 2 EBS. Okay? And lab 1 EC2 also, you refer the same drive link. Yeah. So let me open the rooms. I hope you don't have any questions. Avinash, can you please go back to your room? So Kamala Kanan.
Yeah, I will share my screen.
Please share your screen. Yes. Santosh. Okay. Give me the control, please.
Yeah, please.
You have. You have.
What is the configuration?
Enabled this termination protection. Okay. So termination protection is basically it will not allow you to terminate it.
Where the option is enabled actually? Can you show me again once again, please?
While you are launching it.
Okay.
In the advanced settings, you enabled it by mistake. Termination protection.
Okay.
You might have enabled it.
Okay. How can we correct it actually? You corrected somewhat now.
So instance stay settings.
Change
termination protection.
Okay.
Now if you terminate it, it should work. See?
Okay. Now that error is not coming now.
This is yours.
Why this notification? I don't know.
It's yours, right? You are able to see in your screen?
Yeah. Some notification message is coming.
Okay. Ignore it. I thought it's mine. Okay, no problem. I'll stop sharing.
Yeah. Thank you.
Cool. So you have an option where you can join to the room. Please do join, no?
Okay. How can I join?
Practice.
Only leave is sufficient, correct? No. Where is there any
You will have an option. Move to breakout room. Please check now. You will have somewhere down.
Down. Okay.
Where you will you have micro. Please do join. Yes.
Thank you.
Shravan, can you please move to your room? Shravan? Akhilesh, what do you mean by can I help? What do you need? I mean, what to do means? Um, you mean the labs, which you're supposed to do? The EC2 and EBS. If it is not that, just let me know, okay, in the chat. Akhilesh, do you already have an instance?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, share your screen. I'll show you.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, give me the control. So you need to select the instance,
Okay.
go to actions, image and templates, create image.
Okay.
Okay. You just have to give a name and description and then create image.
Okay.
That's it. Okay. Here. Yeah. Anything else, Akhilesh?
That's it, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Anupama, is everybody left or only we seven are there?
No, everyone are in the rooms.
Okay, so
Oh,
we are done.
we are done then.
Wow, wonderful. You've completed the EC2 creating an image. That part
Image
also?
we didn't say.
Oh, you did the EBS part. Okay, no problem.
Yes,
You
yes.
have done the cleanup.
No, that's pending.
Deleting.
That's
Oh,
good.
please do that. Please do
So
that.
we
Okay.
just created volumes and snapshots and attachments. That's it.
That's fine. So please do the cleanup, and probably tomorrow in your free time, please do the AMI part.
Sure. Sure.
Okay. And if you are done with the cleanup, you can leave for today, guys. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Anu. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, Chitra. Hello everyone. If you would like to continue, that's fine. You can continue it after closing the call. If not, please do the cleanup. Whatever you have done so far, you can, again try to do it tomorrow in your free time. Okay. And yeah, make sure you complete it by tomorrow before the session so that we can start with a new topic. And you will be in sync with whatever we are doing it. Okay. So I'll be closing the call now. Don't forget to go for cleanup, please.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we'll stick with the time also, 7 to 11. Okay. Just it will be good.
7 to 11:30. Basically 30 minutes we have break, right, Aslam?
Yeah, but because see today is fine. Okay, because today is leave, but Sunday at least, because Monday I have to report to office also, right?
Correct, Aslam, but we need to take a break, right? If I explain a 4-hour stretch, you cannot take it. I mean, your brain cannot be
Yeah, I
able to
got it.
process
I
it.
got it.
Yeah.
But we'll
What you
try
can do
to,
is Aslam, I can give you an idea. Like, anyways, you can just go to that last 30 minutes recording. That way, at least you can close the call at 11 o'clock. I mean, in your time. Okay. And then you can go to the recording if you're having that kind of, a time issue.
Yeah,
That, that at least I can suggest. Yeah. Thanks.
yeah.
Cool. Chalo guys, thank you. Bye-bye. Good job.
Bye, ma'am.
Discussing.
Bye, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye. I'll see you.
Yeah. See you tomorrow.
Hello.